Our truth for today comes from Psalm 33, verse 4. The word of the Lord is right. All his works is done in faithfulness. Let us pray. O Lord, our God and Father, you spoke all things, and they came into existence. Your power created all things, for by you all things were created, things in heaven and on earth, visible and invisible, whether thrones or dominions or rulers or authorities. When we understand all that you have created, it is then that we, your creatures, can sing and praise as the psalmist instructs us. We can rejoice in you, give thanks to you, and praise you continually for your divine words and magnanimous works which you have performed. We here in this house ask that you would lead, guide, and direct all that will transpire in this chamber today. Help us to proceed in the best interests of the citizens of this great state. We all are fragile and stand in need of your all-sufficient grace. Providentially guide our deliberations and grant grace for the need of this moment. We pray this in your mighty name. Amen.
We're in the roll call period. All members, please record your presence. We're in the roll call period. We're in the roll call period. All members, please record your presence. We're in the roll call period. All right, members, we're in the roll call period. We got a number of announcements today. As your guests are present, if you want to come let me know, I'll try to put you in some semblance of order. Mr. Wooten, do you want to do your announcement now? Sergeant. Members, if you have conversation, you take them outside. We have a number of introductions. Thank you. Mr. Grant has a very important introduction. Mr. Grant.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Ladies and gentlemen of the House, as we often do, we love to welcome this future and present generation of leaders to our State House. And joining me today, sitting at my seat on the floor, we have Ms. Lily Stevens. Ms. Stevens is from Charleston, South Carolina, and she is a senior at South Carolina State University. I had the opportunity to meet Ms. Stevens last week at South Carolina State University on a panel with a councilwoman from Orangeburg, Mayor Reggie Burgess out of North Charleston, and Congressman Clyburn, where she brought all of us together because she understood that the issues that we face in this state should have students at the table to present those solutions. And so I found it fitting to say, hey, what better way to come talk solutions than to come to the South Carolina House of Representatives. So ladies and gentlemen, help me welcome my very special guest shadowing me today, Ms. Lily Stevens from South Carolina State University.
Welcome, Ms. Stevens. We're glad to have you here today at the State House. Thank you.
Welcome to State House Today. I'm Gavin Jackson here in the State House lobby with Mayan Schechter. It is Wednesday, April 15th, 2026. It's week 14, Mayan.
That's
It's
right.
a Wednesday. There's only so many Wednesdays left. It seems like it's going to be kind of like a wonky Wednesday.
And I think this doesn't have a W, but a long Wednesday.
A winding.
A winding Wednesday. There we go.
Play
That's
along
a new
at
one.
home.
Yeah.
Yeah. So yeah, again, kind of like what we were talking about yesterday, where we expect to see, specifically in the House, them working through their calendar. It's more than 20 pages. The Senate's also got a 30-plus page calendar too. You are covering, and I should say before we get into what's going on today, we do have a joint assembly happening at noon today. We're going to hear from Supreme Court Chief Justice John Kittredge for his State of the Judiciary address, and then there'll be some elections for college and university boards. That'll happen after we hear from the Chief Justice at noon, so we'll be streaming that live. The Senate's going to come in at 11:45. They're going to line up and they're going to walk over to the House chamber where we'll be seeing that presentation. So stay tuned for that. Always good to hear from the Chief Justice. And of course, like we said, there'll be votes on college boards and universities after that. Mayan, then I'm guessing they'll probably do lunch or something like that. And then we'll see both chambers kind of gavel back in and get underway. Of course, maybe not so much for the Senate. I mean, they did have a very busy morning this morning already. It's still going on. There was, 8 meetings going on at 9 o'clock this morning, just in like subcommittees and other meetings. And one of those subcommittee meetings I was attending was, again, that medical affairs subcommittee that we had yesterday. It got carried over again today, dealing with that abortion bill S1095, a really restrictive abortion bill that gets rid of exceptions for rape and incest and fatal fetal anomaly, but also continues to maintain what we have on the books when it comes to the life of the mother. However, it also reschedules mifepristone, that abortion-inducing drug, to being a Schedule 4 controlled substance, among other things and penalties in that bill. It's still getting worked through. It's been sent to the full committee. The full committee is also meeting. That meeting started at 10 o'clock right after that subcommittee meeting ended. But that meeting already had a huge agenda too, and they're going to be in at 11:45. Hard to say if that jumps to the agenda. But again, Maya, when we talk about bills like that, before we talk about what else is going on, the likelihood factor is really kind of pressing everything right now. We're talking about the timeline right now because next week we talk about the Senate will be taking up the budget. And that will be 8 legislative working days after that, I believe, right? I mean, so how do you even get some of these big bills like that, let alone some smaller bills, through this process right now?
Right. And I think an issue like abortion, it's got several factors working against it. One, as you mentioned, the calendar. It narrows so significantly, particularly after this week, particularly after next week, as you mentioned, when the Senate's actually going to be debating the budget. In addition to that, we talked about this yesterday, not just Democrats, but there are many Republicans in the Senate who have real concerns about narrowing the abortion law to at conception. It's right now at about 6 weeks of pregnancy. They also have issues with removing those exceptions, which, if you look at polling, including among Republican primary voters, keeping exceptions in is rather popular. And then you have the added issue of the governor having repeatedly said now over and over and over that he supports the 6-week ban, which he signed into law, and that he believes it has the most support among South Carolinians. This is also a bill, frankly, that the Senate GOP leader Shane Massey has told reporters has not come up in caucus meetings. It's not been widely discussed. Now, have there been discussions about reclassifying the abortion-inducing medication? Yes, we saw that bill come out of the House, right? It's still sitting in the Senate. But beyond that, there have not been real conversations around doing any more restrictions. And so this particular piece of legislation, very similar legislation, also failed to move forward just a few months ago in the fall.
Yeah.
So we're back having the same conversation.
Yeah.
Again, so many factors working against this issue.
And it still seems like if they're going to get anything when it comes to abortion, it would be that bill that passed the House, that abortion-inducing drug bill that would reclassify mifepristone and some other drugs like those, which also have other uses, not just for abortion, to make those Schedule 4 controlled substances. So, I mean, that would seem like the easiest lift that's in this bill right now. This bill seems a little more complicated, like you're talking about, with all these different factors happening here. So, if anything, I could possibly see that bill moving. But again, we have this time crunch right now, and that's going to be very difficult to do.
Right.
Because that's a huge debate there.
And I think, too, especially for both chambers, you really kind of want to avoid perhaps starting with fresh legislation on the floor this close to sine die on May 14th.
Yeah.
You're going to start to see both the House and the Senate start shifting over to the other side's legislation, right? Because they want their bills to get through the opposite chamber, and there are definitely plenty of Senate bills that are still sitting in the House and they have not made decisions on, and vice versa. So again, this could be the last week that we really even see the chambers debate their own legislation because they want to get on the other bills.
Talk about that crossover week too, and you were talking to House Majority Leader David Hyatt about that as well, in terms of really just this will be a big week for their committees, and that's going to be about it at this point because of those calendars being so full, so much stuff to work through and prepare for when it comes to not only the budget and of course from them in the Senate, but like just getting those conference committees moving to after sine die.
Right, and again, remember the budget comes back over to the House, so while that's not going to take a full week in the House, that is going to take some significant floor time. So again, you start chipping away at these hours on the floor, folks start going home earlier on Thursdays.
Yeah.
That calendar is very small.
In my own, just kind of talking about what we report in the Gavel again, sctv.org/the Gavel. Continue on with that abortion discussion too. I just want to mention what we reported in terms of how this bill even came up. It was filed at the beginning of April. It got a hearing scheduled last Friday. They had that hearing yesterday and today. A lot of advocates, opponents to this bill were saying that this was so rushed, and we heard from Senate Medical Affairs Committee Chairman Danny Verdon, who's also the subcommittee chairman, saying that this bill got attention because it did have so many sponsors that were part of the Medical Affairs Committee. So that's why he gave preferential treatment to this to get a subcommittee hearing. We heard from Senator Margie Bright Matthews, who's a Democrat from Colleton County, saying this is kind of a bit of a horse trading going on here when it comes to other bills passing in the Senate in exchange for having a meeting scheduled, essentially. So that was also refuted by Senator Richard Cash, who's the author of this bill as well. So hard to say what's going on, but at the same time, at the end of the day, I think it's almost like a hey, like is it folks like Richard Cash saying we're doing as much as we can. Here's the brick wall that we're running up against.
I mean, look, Senator Richard Cash, as you know, is arguably one of the most vocal anti-abortion senators or legislators really in this entire General Assembly. Abortion has come up year after year after year. The word rushed is interesting because, again, we see the same legislation come up time and time again. There has been a lot of push, not just within both chambers to do something. There's also been push from outside groups, like Students for Life, who have been trying to push this legislation as well, and it's gone nowhere. So, I don't know, both Senator Cash and Senate Majority Leader Shane Massey have refuted claims that there was any sort of quid pro quo, horse trading, bargaining, whatever you want to call it, going on. But I just think, again, this is a topic that comes up year after year after year, and I don't think folks like Senator Cash are going to stop when their ultimate goal is to ban all abortions in South Carolina.
So, Mayan, keeping with the Senate, what's going on in the Senate? They're still discussing that 2000 Heritage Act bill expansion. What's the latest on that? They're still hung up on some things.
So we do expect a vote today. The Senate has been debating a bill that was filed by Senator Danny Verdon, Lawrence Republican, that would further expand the Heritage Act, also adds some liability, civil liability issues in there. Of course, a lot of this is particularly drawn toward what occurred in Charleston over the Calhoun statue. But we heard a lot of debate yesterday about QR codes, other parts of this bill. So we do expect more amendments to come up, but we also do expect, given the fact that this is a Republican-controlled chamber, Republicans also have the supermajority, this bill will probably come out today. And frankly, if they are trying to get to other bills, this bill has to come out of the chambers today.
Yeah, I'm having a little PTSD from like the 17 hours I spent in Marion Square. I think it was like 2020 when they took down the statue. Of course, that was a whole discussion in and of itself, but that has prompted this elongated debate, which continues on. And again, we only have so many Wednesdays left, especially when you look at the Senate calendar. It's about down to 4 after the budget, like we've been talking about. Anything else we're watching today in terms of this winding Wednesday?
Well, I think we're still waiting to see, of course, what they do on Senator Greg Hembree's bill dealing with gang activity in RICO. We mentioned this yesterday, that we could see some action on a concurrency bill that Senator Tom Davis has been pushing. Again, the House is in calendar clearing mode. We did expect that there would be potential debate over an expansive roads bill. That did not happen this week, but we are hearing that potentially next week will be the date to do it.
You want to jump on? We're live right now. We'll get you right in the middle, Speaker. Speaker Merle Smith, welcome. Welcome back. It's right here. It's Wednesday. What's it going to be like? You only have so many Wednesdays left in this session. We're just talking about what needs to be done to wrap things up before sine die.
Yeah, this is our 5th Wednesday that we have right now, and so we're going to get through the uncontested calendar. What we're doing this week is really the last week of having House bills. In reality, if we don't get them passed by this week, it'd be very difficult for the Senate to be able to take up those bills, so we're trying to get those bills done. We'll put some emphasis on the roads bill. Hopefully, we'll get to that next week and try to get some. We'll probably take up the Senate bill, I would imagine, and see about getting that back to them so we can get it into conference soon. So that's what we have going on right now, and obviously the budget's lurking in the background. They take that up in the Senate next week, and then it comes back to the House, and we have to concentrate on that. But we're getting towards the end of the session, so things fly fast and furious at this time, and it's just trying to work our way through it in an orderly manner and keep communicating with the Senate on what their priorities are and the House priorities to make sure that we can get some of this to the finish line, because this is the end of the session. If bills don't get passed this year, then they're dead and has to start over again.
I want to ask you about the budget. The Senate's going to be debating it on the floor. There were some major differences between the House and the Senate versions. I'm wondering if you can kind of forecast any particular fights. We've seen some over sled labs and veterinary schools, what you might expect out of that.
Yeah, I have not seen the spreadsheet from the Senate yet, and obviously we have to work our way through there. But there are always differences. But I know it's good for the media to say that we have these huge differences and they're hard to be reconciled. But I've been here for 20 plus years, and we always reconcile the issues on the budget, and I anticipate that to happen. And we got two great chairmen, Chairman Peeler and Chairman Bannister, who can handle that, and I feel confident that we'll have a budget before the fiscal year ends, and that it'll all be a good budget that does a lot for South Carolina.
And today, you and the Senate leaders and other House leaders and the governor on tax filing day held a ceremonial bill signing for the income tax legislation. What are you most proud about that bill? And you did discuss a little bit some of the pushback that there has been in public about some of the folks who are going to see a higher, given the fact that the rates are moving from 0 to 1.99 for a lot of folks.
Yeah, I mean, obviously this has been years in the making. And it's been since Mark Sanford, Governor Sanford, he's been advocating to lower our rate. And this is really the first time that we've done it in two tranches, as we remember we did in 2022, raised it from 7% to 6%, lowered the rate to 6%. And now we've lowered the rate to 5.2% in essence now. And those who make under $30,000 will be at 1.99. So we are now competitive with our neighbors. And I think that's the biggest part of this whole bill, is that we were not competitive with Georgia, North Carolina, nor any of our southeastern neighbors, and so we've gotten there. And for the critics who say that we're raising taxes on people, it's 75% of the people are paying less taxes. So that is not raising taxes, but there are some who are going to be affected. But those are the ones, so unfortunately, due to the system that we had and inequities, 46% of South Carolinians who earn wages did not pay any income taxes. And in order to have government services, you have to have everybody pay the lowest and the flattest tax. And so flattening it out means everybody has to pay some taxes. And the beauty of it is it's based on your income. So the less you make, the less you pay, and the more you make, the more you pay. And so I think it's now a fair system. And most importantly, it is not tied to the federal government anymore. And we were one of 6 states which it was tied to the federal tax code. And so now South Carolina controls tax policy, not Washington, D.C. controlling our tax policy.
I was going to say, Speaker, just look at the calendar. You guys are going to work through the calendar. Are you going to concur on those Senate amendments to H 4756, the bathroom bill?
I anticipate that's what we're going to do.
And then also looking forward, you were talking about SCDOT modernization next week. Do you foresee that being a long debate? Any sticking points there?
Well, I'm sure it's an omnibus bill, and a lot of people have concerns or questions, and we'll have to work our way through it. But at the end of the day, we have to modernize our transportation system. You look at Georgia, you look at North Carolina, you look at Florida, they have express lanes. We do not have that. We have tremendous congestion in our urban areas. So we need to modernize, and we need to also be more efficient, take these regulations out that have bogged things down, deal with NEPA and other issues that will expedite the ability to build roads so it doesn't take years in the making before you can even start building roads.
Y'all are going to hear from the Chief Justice of the Supreme Court today. Anything in particular that you hope to hear from him at all?
Well, I mean, again, appreciate the Chief Justice's service, and he is doing a wonderful job of modernizing the court, in my opinion. But one thing that's important to me is what is happening in Bamberg, a rural county in which there's a courthouse that is uninhabitable. And so they cannot hold court. It's a danger for those who are litigants who are going in there. It's a danger for the judges, for the lawyers, for everybody. And so, I hope he brings to our attention again the necessity that the state's going to have to step in and help with the Bamberg courthouse, because that cannot be done by that county. It's a poor rural county that cannot afford to rebuild a courthouse.
Gotcha. And you happy with how session's wrapping up right now? We got a month left.
Yeah, I think if you look back at what we passed, and we had an aggressive agenda, and we have ticked all those off one by one. And so, it's a lot of our bills are over in the Senate, and I look forward to them taking up those bills. A regulation bill is real important to me, and I hope we see some movement on that soon. And so, again, the proof's always in the pudding, and that's at the end of the session. But I think, I'm proud of the work the House has done. We had a big, large agenda. We rolled that out in December, and I think we have accomplished almost every one of those items.
House Speaker Merle Smith, thanks. Appreciate it.
Appreciate it.
Thank you so much.
All right, well, that was a little impromptu interview there from the House Speaker, which we're right outside of his ceremonial office, so we can sometimes grab him like that. That's helpful. We'll just jump over into the House chamber right now. You just heard a great little update there from the House Speaker about what we expect to see this week and going forward, and how he feels about the session. Of course, we'll be hearing from Supreme Court Chief Justice John Kittredge around noon, so they'll be doing a little work, and then we'll hear from the Chief Justice, as well as seeing some of those votes for those boards for colleges and universities. So that's about it for us right now. I'm Gavin Jackson with Mayan Schechter. We're going to send you over to the House chamber. Have a great Wednesday.
That and check it out, because it is quite amazing. And Mr. Young, I will embarrass you a little bit to tell that he will even pick the guitar up and play it with his tongue occasionally, because that is a talented man. He can play it from every angle. The awards he has received has been Humanitarian Award, and this year in Nashville at the Grand Ole Opry at the Josie Awards, he was presented with Guitarist of the Year. Ladies and gentlemen, I stand proud of not only a friend of ours in South Carolina, but I'm proud to stand in honor of my friend today, Terrence Young. Y'all help me welcome him to the State House.
Welcome to the State House. Thank you for all you've done for South Carolina. We appreciate it very much. Thank you very much. Representative Sessions is recognized. House will come to order. House will come to order. Representative Sessions is recognized for the next introduction.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would welcome York County delegation members. Come up and support. It's my pleasure to introduce South Carolina Farm Bureau Farmer of the Week, Caroline Lewis of the Farmers Feed. Today we're honored to welcome Caroline Lewis of York County. Caroline is the founder and CEO of the Farmers Feed, a social media platform that includes her website, blog, and popular podcast, Raising the Barn, all created to amplify the voices of local farmers working to produce food and fiber for their communities. This year, the Farmers Feed, Visit York County, and York County Economic Development announced a partnership to focus on agritourism and economic development under the county-wide Make It York County initiative. This unified effort will highlight agriculture as both a visitor experience and vital economic driver, showcasing local farms and farmers, chefs, and food businesses through coordinated storytelling and content shared all year long. Caroline is an innovative and forward-thinking advocate for our agricultural community, and we're proud to call her our South Carolina Farm Bureau Farmer of the Week. Welcome to the State House.
Welcome to the State House. Congratulations. Thank you for all you do for the agriculture industry. Thank you very much. Mr. Lowe is recognized for the next introduction.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm here to talk about McLeod Hospital. If McLeod touches your people in your area, please come up front. I'm going to call out the names of the counties that I think should come up. Florence County, Horry, Dillon, Clarendon, Chesterfield, Marlboro, Marion, Sumter. Come on, Speaker, come on down. Williamsburg and Darlington. That's a huge regional impact on the lives of people. And I'm so proud to be up here to talk about. Y'all stand up. Look at all that. So we have this regional hospital system that's locally owned. It's a non-for-profit, and they have 1,000 physicians and advanced providers, 3,800 nurses, and they serve 1 million people. They do a fantastic job. And I want to tell you a little brief personal story. I'm standing here alive today because these people saved my life. And I'm going to tell you the story real quick. I didn't have any symptoms, but I had a family history of heart issues. And I thought I was tough. I could do anything I wanted. I didn't have symptoms when I exerted myself to the maximum. But my doctor said, let's get a test. And he did a CT of the calcium deposits in you. And Lord have mercy, they found problems, triple bypass. I had it done within just a couple days of when they found it out. And I'm here standing here. My surgeon looked at me. He said, you got 20 more years to live because you were brave enough to get that one little test done. Of course, my wife said, oh man, 20 years? But I jest because I am thankful to the people up here that have done such a good job. Everybody give them a standing ovation. Thank you very much, McLeod Hospital System.
Cloud Hospital, welcome to the State House. Hope you enjoy your visit. All right, Mr. Hyatt is recognized for a special introduction. Mr. Hyatt.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I have with me today, once again, the Pickens High School ladies volleyball team. If you'll stand up there, ladies and coaches, and with them is a whole lot of parents, and those parents do a great job of supporting these young ladies. I wish Mr. Ballantyne was still in here. He was up here bragging about how many times he's been here. Well, he's got nothing on me. These ladies have won 18 state championships. He's won 17. They've won back-to-back 4A state championships, first time in the history of the state of Pickens, South Carolina. These ladies, they do it the right way. If there's ever been a word of dynasty, Coach Hayes, you know what a dynasty is in football. This is a dynasty in volleyball. And every year they go out on the court, it's not a matter of if they'll get there, it's just who they play in the state championship game just about every year. So I'm here today to tell you that this year their record was 31-4, and there's five seniors I want to recognize: Krista Benefield, Lily Clarkson, Natalie Hunter, Braylon Williams, and Chesney Yates. These are the 5 seniors on the team, and these 5 seniors have not lost in their 4 years at Pickens High School. They've only lost 4 conference games. And so you can see they don't lose very often. And so those ladies have got a lot to be proud of. You ladies that aren't seniors, we need you to keep that tradition going and certainly build on what they've done. When they got to the playoffs, they usually get to play at home every playoff all the way through the state championship. So this year they got to play, first round they got to play Lawrence, Mr. Rankin. Unfortunately, the bus didn't even get backed up in time before they had to get back on it and leave. And so they took care of Lawrence 3-0 real quick. Maybe better luck next year, Mr. Rankin. And then Seneca came to our house. Representative Duncan must have known I was going to talk about him. He's not even in the chamber. It didn't last long for them either, 3-0 in that match as well, and at least they didn't have a long trip back to Seneca. And then Daniel, my good friend, my seatmate, Representative Bowers, I don't know where he is. He knew I was fixing to get on him, so he left. He's crying. He's probably crying, Mr. Teeple, you're right. But Daniel's kind of been, there he comes. Come take your beating like a man, Philip. We took on Daniel. Daniel had the opportunity of giving Pickens one of their only defeats in a long time earlier in the year. So it was a revenge game, and it didn't take long there either, Mr. Bowers. I know y'all felt that one pretty bad. Then they got Wren in the Upper State Championship. I don't see my friends from Wren here either. They knew I was coming to the podium. We took care of them pretty quick as well. Then we got to the state championship and got Bishop England. Who represents Bishop England in here? Mr. Hartnett? I thought you were the man that represented Bishop England.
I'll be your friend.
No competition there, Mr. Hartnett. Sorry. Y'all need to pick it up a little bit so we can give us a better match next year. But we appreciate y'all coming, and we had a parting gift for you, which was second place in the state. We thank you for being here. There's a lot of awards. I'm gonna Lily Clarkson, dear friend of mine, her mom and dad's up there somewhere. I know that. I saw them come in. She was All-State 4A Player of the Year in the region and the state. She's a North-South All-Star player. Chesney Yates was a North-South All-Star player. This group of individuals is great not only on the court but also in the classroom. They do a great job. They're coached by Melly Crumpton, who's done a great job leading this group. Athletic Director Chad Smith, our fine principal Lauren Korn, who unfortunately is leaving us after this year. We begged her, we tried to get her to stay, but they have other plans for her, and we're going to miss her. But no matter who the principal is, you can come back next year, ladies, and we'll be glad to celebrate with you again. But again, this is Pickens High School's lady volleyball team. They are a dynasty in the state of South Carolina, and we certainly hope that they will be back next year. Even though I won't be here, the person replacing me can introduce you as state champions. So ladies, thank y'all. Coaches, thank y'all. Administration, thank y'all. Parents, thank y'all very much. Let's stand and give these ladies a round of applause.
Congratulations, Pickens High School volleyball team, state champions. Congratulations, ladies and parents. I know you're proud. All right, Mr. Pope is recognized for a quick special introduction.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As many of you know, we've got the Bible reading out on the steps today, and those folks have been doing a marathon, and a lot of times when I come back from events at night, I still see them out there. And so I normally try to do, it's a short 15 minutes. It gets a little tricky if you're in the Old Testament sometimes, but I wanted to welcome and introduce today my wife, Kim. She's over there with KK. If you guys would stand up. So Kim brought 3 of our friends. Kim's had a Bible study at our home. Kim is the spiritual leader at our house. She's raising me in the way I should go, so when I'm old, I won't depart from it. But we got our friends Brenda, Pam, who am I missing? And Janet. They've come to read the Bible with us today, but my son Preston calls them Kim's youth group. So I'd like to welcome Kim, KK, and the youth group. I just wanted all of you to know, I know you see me with KK. I'm not dating a younger woman. I'm dating another younger woman in Kim Pope. So thank you for having her here today. Welcome to State.
Welcome to State House, Kim. Got your work cut out for you. All right, Mr. Weeks is recognized for a special introduction. Mr. Weeks in the Sumter delegation. Mr. Weeks, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm so happy today to have a group of young people from Sumter, South Carolina, from Lamira Elementary School. Y'all stand up, please. This school, yeah, let's give it up for them. This is one of our fine schools in the county. We have a lot of children in this group who've never been to the State House before, never witnessed government before. They have a fine staff of people. We are very proud of the good work that's going on there. And I ask you, please join me in welcoming Lamira Elementary School from Sumter, South Carolina to the State House.
Welcome to the State House, Lamira Elementary School. Glad to have you. Hope you enjoy your visit.
All righty.
All right, Mr. Howard is recognized for a special introduction. Mr. Howard.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. May I get some order?
All right, members, Sergeant, help me. Members, get in your seats. If you have conversations, please take it outside. In your seats.
Thank you, Mr. No. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, ladies and gentlemen of the House. It is my pleasure. I won't be as long as the majority leader. I'll be very quick. It's my pleasure to recognize C.A. Johnson High School. Representative Rutherford and I represent C.A. Johnson. He represents half of the school, and I represent the other half of the school, literally, because of reapportionment. The South Carolina House of Representatives is proud to recognize the C.A. Johnson High School boys basketball team for their winning class basketball team for state championship, defeating Bethune-Bowman 72-64 on Saturday, March 7th, 2026 at the Colonial Life Arena. Now, Ms. Cobb-Hunter said when she represented Bethune-Bowman, they were winning. Now Justin Bamber's got them. That's hard luck. Mr. Speaker, also this marked the team's third state title in school history and their first since 2014, led by head coach Robert McCray, who has built a culture of excellence reflected by his momentous achievements. While it was a team effort, the team saw strong performance from ASAC Germany, Jarvis Wench. Each scored 24 points to lead the Hornets along with Class A Player of the Year, Milton McCray, who added 14 points. The team is accompanied by the assistant coach, the athletic director, Mr. Damon Franklin, and the principal, Dr. Benton Cole. Ladies and gentlemen, please join me as we congratulate the C.A. Johnson High School Hornets.
Congratulations, C.A. Johnson High School, state champions. Proud of you. Hope you enjoy your visit today.
Thank you. Also, Mr. Speaker.
All right, Mr. Howard is recognized for another special introduction. Quickly.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It is my pleasure to recognize the podiatrist here today, who does a really great job all over the state. When you call on these guys, it doesn't matter what part of the state, they respond, and they're here today, and we're going to ask that you welcome the podiatric surgeons to the South Carolina House of Representatives today, and they're prepared to see any of you all who need help. Again, thank you, Mr. Speaker.
All right, Podiatric surgeons, welcome. Y'all stand up. Welcome to the South Carolina House.
Okay.
Hope you enjoy your visit. Thank you for what you do. All right, Mr. Ligon is recognized for special introduction.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I wanted to show you why I'm up here, and my grandson Jack was born in September when we were out of session, and his big sister turned 2 last week. So we've got those two, and they are here to remind all of us that today is not only tax day, it is State Treasurer Office Program Day by resolution, and this is for your Future Scholar 529 plan. I even brought my checkbook, and I'm going to fund 2 accounts for my 2 grandchildren, Bryony and Jack, and it is very important. South Carolina has one of the lowest cost programs in the country, and you should all take advantage of it. It's a lot of tax advantages for the people of South Carolina. And being an old banker, I can tell you the hardest thing to get done is to start. This is an easy plan to start. They'll take just about any amount of money to get you started. So thank you to the Treasurer's Office. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and for allowing me to introduce my children.
Thank you, Colonel Ligon. Mr. Stavronakis is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to invite the Charleston and Pickens delegations up. Members, it's my pleasure to introduce a really special group of ladies here today. First, requiring no introduction, where's my mother-in-law, Clara Heinsohn? She's up there somewhere. Clara, wave to everyone. Thanks for all you do for education in South Carolina. Also, Robin Gilbert with Miss Clemson. She's up there somewhere. Hey, thank you for being here, Robin. Anita Huggins is also with us. Anita's our spectacular school superintendent for Charleston County Schools. She does an amazing job, fantastic leader. But the real star of our show today is up there with Representative Brewer, Jenna Huggins. And Jenna is a proud graduate of Lucy Beckham High School in Charleston County, one of our state's excellent public schools. Jenna's a junior at Clemson University and plans to attend dental school, and she was recently crowned Miss Clemson 2026. Jenna's journey is especially remarkable. She had never participated in a pageant before. Her fellow Rally Cats at Clemson encouraged her to participate in the Miss Clemson pageant, and what began as a new, unfamiliar experience to her quickly became a powerful platform for her to provide service and impact to others. Through her initiative called More Than a Smile, Jenna is making a meaningful difference in the lives of children across South Carolina. She's already reached nearly 1,000 students in classrooms across the upstate and the low country, providing hands-on education in dental hygiene, nutrition, and equipping students with Smile Kits to support healthy habits. She is also working with Share Head Start and Early Head Start programs to educate parents, ensuring that these healthy practices extend beyond classrooms and into South Carolina homes. In addition, Jenna has raised nearly $10,000 to support dental care for uninsured children and has built partnerships with organizations such as the South Carolina Oral Health Department, America's Tooth Fairy, Henry Schein, and Give Kids a Smile, expanding both the reach and impact of her work across South Carolina. Jenna represents the best of our state, service-driven, compassionate, and committed to improving the lives of others. Her leadership and vision are already creating a lasting impact across our state, and her future in healthcare promises even greater contributions to the people of South Carolina. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm so happy and proud to have Jenna with us here today. Let's all give her a big round of applause and a warm welcome as Representative Brewer.
Welcome to State House, young lady. We're glad to have you here today. Mr. Caskey is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Ladies and gentlemen of the House, I just wanted to introduce to you all a very special group. If I could ask the folks from Lexington School District 2 to please stand so we can all say hi to you. With us today, we have the Lexington School District 2 Teacher Forum Hill Day. Lexington 2 is composed of, the forum is composed of teachers in Lexington 2, where the vision is to be highly innovative and excel in preparing all learners for continuous learning and career success. All the teachers with us today serve as Teacher of the Year at their respective school. They are visiting the State House for their Legislative Hill Day, which of course was sponsored by the Palmetto State Teachers Association. And so in no particular order, I just want to introduce you all to these teachers: Kimberly Scalise, David Goff, Dr. Harmonica Hart, Bethany Willoughby, Mary Sturkey, Mary Kuhn, Amanda Altman, Marquita Williams, Jalen Young, Betsy Peterson, and Jennifer Amick Ray. And ladies and gentlemen, I would just ask you all to join me in welcoming them here to the State House.
Welcome to State House. We're glad to have you here today. We're honored for what you do for our state. Thank you. Ms. Calhoun's recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This is personal, but I just wanted to share. Today is my mother's 91st birthday, and we announced in March that we had a 5th generation, and this was on Easter Day, and I just thought I would wish her a happy birthday from the podium, and happy birthday, Mom.
Happy birthday. Thank you, Ms. Calhoun. Mr. Rankin. Mr. Hardy's recognized for recognition.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We got a group from Conway in the balcony. Would y'all please stand? Wow, nice group. Welcome, Leadership Conway, to the State House. Thank y'all for coming.
Leadership Conway, welcome to State House. We're honored to have you here today. We appreciate your work for the state. Mr. Rankin's recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Would everyone associated with the Palmetto Midwives please rise? Mr. Speaker, members of the House, I rise today to extend a warm welcome to the members and advocates gathered here with the Palmetto Midwives Association for their Protect the Hands That Caught You event. These citizens have traveled from all across South Carolina to share their stories and to remind us of the vital role that midwives play in our communities. For many families in our state, including my own family, midwifery represents a tradition of personalized, safe, and deeply respected care. I want to thank the Palmetto Midwives for their presence today and for their commitment to the health of South Carolina's mothers and babies. And I encourage everyone here today to hear their stories and stand with me in protecting and strengthening the vital role of midwives. Thank you for coming today, and welcome to the State House.
Thank you to our midwives. Thank you for what you do for our state. Thank you. Mr. Collins is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Will youth in government, will you all please stand? Members, these are high school students from all across the state. If you don't know, every year for a few days.
Give me 1 second, Mr. Collins. We could have some order. If you've got conversations, please take them outside. Youth in government, this is just what you have to do here at the legislature. Welcome. Mr. Collins.
Yeah, we're a little more rambunctious than over on the Senate side, youth in government members. But if you don't know, youth in government, they sit in your very seats, and for a few days out of the year, they come and have their own session. I also encourage you to look at their bills and to work with your local youth in government chapters because a lot of the times they have better bills than what we see down here. So thank you for coming, youth in government members. Welcome to the State House.
Welcome to State House. We're honored to have you guys here today. All right, folks. We're closing roll call, please. Quorum is present, and the clerk will read.
Message from the Senate. Mr. Speaker, members of the body. The Senate respectfully informs your honorable body that it has appointed Davis, Matthews, and Garrett to Senate 477.
Message received.
Committee reports. Judiciary favorable with amendment 3408.
Committee report.
Judiciary favorable as is. House Bill 3597.
Committee report.
Pope and others have a committee report. Judiciary favorable with Amendment 4641.
Committee report.
Judiciary favorable as is. House 5288.
Committee report.
And favorable with amendment, House Bill 5401.
Committee report.
House resolution by Mr. Yao honoring Chief Master Sergeant George J. Huffstetler.
Adopted.
Representative Luck and Brandon Newton congratulating the Newton family members.
Ms. Newton, Ms. Luck, Ms. Newton requests roll to House. Do I hear any objection? Hear none, it's so ordered.
Brandon Newton congratulating LCI Linebacker Construction, Inc.
Ms. Newton requests roll to House. Do I hear any objection? Hear none, it's so ordered.
Monsieur Gagnon honoring Dr. Kristen Steele.
Ms. Gagnon requests roll to House. Do I hear any objection? Hear none, it's so ordered.
Representative Long, a House resolution, Boyle Springs male and female strength teams.
Mr. Long requests roll to House. Do I hear any objection? Hear none, it's so ordered.
Ms. Bernstein honoring Hammond Boys Swim Team.
Ms. Bernstein requests roll to House. Do I hear any objection? Hear none, it's so ordered.
Alexander Cobb Hunter Kirby recognizing Global Adventures.
Mr. Alexander requests roll to House. Do I hear any objection? Hear none, it's so ordered. All right, folks, we're now on the bottom of page 10, third reading, statewide uncontested bills. Clerk will read.
House Bill 4679, Mitchell.
Question is adoption, House Bill 4679 on third reading. All in favor say aye. All opposed, the ayes have it. 4679 is adopted. Clerk will read.
4706, Rutherford.
Question is adoption, House Bill 4706 on third reading. All in favor say aye. All opposed, the ayes have it. 4706 is adopted. Clerk will read.
4248, Herb Kurzman.
Question is adoption, House Bill 4248 on third reading. All in favor say aye. All opposed, the ayes have it. 4248 is adopted. Clerk will read.
5069, Travis Moore, recalled.
Question is adoption 5069 on third reading. All in favor say aye. All opposed, the ayes have it. That bill is adopted. Clerk will read.
5111, Forest Ag, favorable.
Question is adoption 5111. All in favor say aye. All opposed, the ayes have it. 5111 is adopted on third reading. Clerk will read.
5217, Hickson Haddon Ag.
Question is adoption 5217 on third reading. All in favor say aye. All opposed, the ayes have it. 5217 is adopted on third reading. Now brings us to second reading, statewide uncontested bills. We're on page 13. Clerk will read.
5473, Low. Agriculture favorable as is.
Mr. Forrest is recognized to explain second reading. For second reading, statewide.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This bill 337 pertains to blue catfish in the waters of South Carolina, and specifically, well, let me back up. It's going to.
Hold on. We got a 5473. 5473 on third reading. Question is adoption 5473 on third reading. All in favor say aye. All opposed, the ayes have it. Let's try this again. We're now on second reading, statewide uncontested bills. Clerk will read. S337.
S337, recall from Ag. We have an amendment on the desk. One moment, please, sir. Committee on Ag.
Ms. Forrest recognizes and explain the committee report.
Thank you for the second time, Mr. Speaker. This bill has to deal with
One more.
blue catfish.
That's it. Or just that one. That one, I don't think that was your fault. I don't know.
Are we good?
It don't matter.
I think we've run into a little confusion here. I think, Mr. Govan, you sent us the wrong Cromer said he was doing this before most of you were born, except you. So he's ready to go. Yeah. So the question is Adoption Amendment 1. All in favor say aye. All opposed? The ayes have it. Amendment 1 is adopted. So the question is adoption of Senate 337 as amended. Roll call is required. Voting on the board is ordered. While we're in the vote, I want to welcome our doctor of the day. Dr. Carmen Roberts is here helping us today. She's especially as family medicine. She's from Manning. She's a family physician in Clarendon County, residency faculty of McLeod Health. And Ms. Petalino, I believe you are her representative. And welcome to State House. We're honored to have you here today. Let's welcome Doctor of the Day. All members wishing to vote voted. Any objection? Closing the roll call. Any objection? Hear none, clerk close polls, tabulate. Voter 98-2, Senate 337 as amended, receives second reading. We're on page 13, S 463. Clerk will read.
463. Grooms, agriculture favorable as is.
Mr. Forrest is recognized to explain Senate 463.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Most of our lakes and waters and lakes in the state of South Carolina are controlled by investor-owned utilities, with the exception of our lakes Moultrie and Marion, which are controlled by Santee, owned by the Public Service Commission. This bill addresses the fact, let me back up. There's already a law on the books that you cannot swim within 50 foot of a public boat landing near a ramp on the lakes that are owned by investor-owned utilities, and this is covering there's a gap in the law that, excuse me, I'm mumbling this morning. There's a gap in the law that does not cover this same safety precaution for the lakes Marion and Moultrie, and this bill just simply addresses that. As long as they put signage up, people cannot swim within 50 foot of a lake ramp. Yes, sir.
Mr. Williams is recognized for a question.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Just a quick question. Have we been having problems with people swimming in these waters before? Well, I'm just trying to get a genesis of coming up with this particular bill. What was the problem?
We've had the law on the books for a long time that covers all the other lakes in South Carolina. There was a gap in the law that did not cover, I reckon the original law did not state Lakes Moultrie and Lake Marion, owned by Santee Cooper.
Okay.
And this is just, so this isn't anything new. This is just adding those two lakes to that existing law.
So we haven't had any folks being injured by swimming near the boat landing or something of that nature that caused this to come into effect?
I think most people aren't doing that. I think this is just out of caution. There may have been incidents that I'm not aware of, but I couldn't cite a specific incident. Mr. Williams, I have been informed there have been a lot of problems on Lake Moultrie.
Okay, so yeah, out of concern, certainly we want to protect the public in terms of their swimming, and certainly we want the public to have access to certain swimming rights in some of our lakes in the area. Is that correct?
Yeah, we're not telling them they can't swim in the lake, just not by a boat ramp.
Okay, just near
where the traffic is coming in and out of the lake.
Okay, okay. All right, well, thank you so much.
Thank you, sir.
Seeing no further question, question is adoption, Senate 463. Roll call is required. Voting on the board is ordered. Ms. Dillard and Ms. Collins have a recognition during the roll call. Ms. Dillard and Mr. Collins are recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Today I'm honored to welcome 3 distinguished groups of Greenville County school teachers, and I am joined by Neil Collins, Representative Collins. Believe it or not, he's in Greenville County, and he's my education subcommittee partner on Ways and Means. These groups include the inaugural Future Teachers Academy, the Leadership Board, and the 4th cohort of Public Education Partners Teachers Fellows Initiative. And they have come today for a Teachers Forum, and they're standing, which consists of Teachers of the Year. The purpose of their visit is to observe the legislative process firsthand, see how bills impact their careers as educators, and the funding on K through 12 system that we debate and approve at the State House. We are grateful to have these exceptional educators with us today, and we commend their dedication to both their students and their profession. Ladies and gentlemen, help me welcome our teachers to the State House.
Welcome to State House. Glad to have you here today. I will tell you, having you here makes me feel like when the principal visits your classroom and some of the students are talking while the principal's there and you're just praying they'll behave. We're honored to have you here today. Thank you a lot. Time has expired. Clerk, close polls, tabulate. Vote 1010, S463 receives second reading. Clerk will read.
Senate Bill 32, Senator Grooms, Ways and Means favorable as is.
Mr. Long's recognized to explain Senate 32.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Senate Bill 32 passed the Senate unanimously, 45-0. It enacts the Pregnancy Resource Act, which establishes an income tax credit for contributions made to qualifying pregnancy resource centers, maternity homes, and residential programs for human trafficking victims. Taxpayers can claim a non-refundable tax credit up to 50% of their tax liability. No more than 25% of the credits can go to any single organization, so it's going to be spread around between multiple organizations. The cap for the program is $3.5 million. Happy to take any questions, and otherwise we'll move for adoption.
Question is adoption, Senate 32. Roll call is required. Voting on the board is ordered. Mr. Cromer's all over it. Roll call is required. Voting on the board is ordered. By all members wishing to vote, voted. Any objection to closing roll call? Hearing none, clerk close polls and tabulate. 95-0, S32 is adopted. Brings us over to page 14, and the clerk will read.
House Bill 5057, Ballantyne. Judiciary had the bill, and then it was referred to Ways and Means, from which it was recalled. Yes, ma'am. Mr. McCravy has amendment number 1. Mr. McCravy.
Mr. McCravy is recognized amendment number 1. We're on page 14, 5057. Mr. McCravy? Mr. McCravy requests debate on House Bill 5057. Mr. Gibson? Mr. Frank? Ms. Edgerton? Mr. Magnuson? Mr. Kilmartin? Mr. White? Mr. Gilreath? Ms. Cromer? Ms. Aremus, do you request debate? Ms. Aremus, I think I got Ms. Edgerton already, I think. That will put that on the contested calendar. Middle of 14, clerk will read.
4611, Travis Moore, Ways and Means favorable, no amendments.
Somebody from Ways and Means? Ms. Cobb Hunter? Ms. Cobb Hunter, when the roll is called up yonder, I hope you'll be there. Ms. Cobb Hunter, this is your bill, ma'am, or your presentation. H 4611, Ms. Cobb Hunter is recognized to explain the bill.
Thank you so much, Mr. Speaker. Members, H 4611 is the stillbirth bill, and it's allowing parental leave for stillbirth. There was a gray area in our law that suggested discretion, whether people decided to give leave for stillbirth. This is Mr. Cox's bill. We think it's a very good bill. And let me just read a couple of things, if I may, of what this bill does. It amends the section to provide that stillbirth shall be considered a qualifying event for paid parental leave. It allows 6 weeks for paid parental leave for eligible state and school district employees who give birth or have stillborns. Leave is paid at 100% of the employee's base pay. South Carolina Human Resource Division currently interprets the law as providing leave, but again, there was a gray area. And Mr. Speaker and members, what this does is allow people who unfortunately have stillbirths, it allows them to have the same benefits as parents who give live births. And I would ask that you appreciate the fact that people who have stillbirths still are giving birth. And I'll be happy to answer any questions, Mr. Speaker.
Seeing none, the question is adoption 4611. Roll call is required. Voting on the board's ordered. All members wishing to vote voted. Mr. Burns. Time has expired. Clerk, close polls, tabulate. Vote of 1050, 4611 receives second reading. Clerk will read.
5018 Merle Smith, Ways and Means, favorable as is.
Mr. Pace, what purpose do you rise? Mr. Pace requests debate. Mr. Frank requests debate. Ms. Edgerton requests debate. Mr. Gilreath requests debate. Ms. Cromer requests debate. Mr. Morgan requests debate. Mr. White requests debate. Mr. McCravey requests debate. And that will put that on the contested calendar. We're now in the middle of page 15. Clerk will read.
5173 Hewitt, Bannister, Merle Smith, Ways and Means, favorable.
Mr. Brandon Newton's recognized to explain 5173.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Colleagues, this bill is changing the definition in state law of what a rural hospital is to match the federal definition. This will provide a lifeline for many of our very small rural hospitals to stay open with a different business model. This has no fiscal impact on the state. It's simply allowing a lifeline for our rural hospitals that might want to change how they're designated under federal law that the state and federal do not contradict.
Seeing no question, question is adoption 5173. Roll call is required. Voting on the board is ordered. Folks, just so you know, it's a technical glitch on the page number. Do not worry about the page number. Look in your journal. The bill number is correct. Bubba said when he's gone next year, y'all can mash all the buttons you want and figure it out yourself. Time has expired. Clerk, close polls, tabulate. Vote of 114-0. House 5173 receives second reading. We're on the bottom page 15. Clerk will read.
It is 831 Grooms, Ways and Means. We have an amendment. Number 1 is Ways and Means.
Mr. Brandon Newton requests debate. Mr. Pace requests debate. Mr. Frank requests debate. Mr. White requests debate. Mr. Magnuson requests debate. Ms. Edgerton requests debate. Mr. Gilreath requests debate. Ms. Cromer requests debate. Mr. Sessions requests debate. Mr. Guffey requests debate. Mr. Not in his seat Moore requests debate. J.A. Moore. Mr. Gatch requests debate. Mr. Scott requests debate. Mr. Roll Call Beach requests debate, and that will put that one on the contested calendar.
There it is.
Clerk will read.
House Bill 5071, Ms. Erickson. Ways and Means, favorable. Amendment number 1, Ways and Means.
We're on House Bill 5071. That is on page 19. Mr. Brandon Newton requests debate. Mr. Pace requests debate. Mr. Gilreath requests debate. Ms. Cromer requests debate. Mr. White requests debate.
5071.
Mr. Magnuson requests debate. Ms. Edgerton requests debate. Mr. Beach requests debate. Mr. Harris requests debate. Mr. Kirby requests debate. Mr. Gatch requests debate. Ms. Erickson requests debate. Mr. Hart requests debate. Mr. Mitchell requests debate. Mr. Guest requests debate, and that will put that one on the contested calendar. Clerk will read.
4382 is Representative Sessions' bill that passed LCI favorably with amendment number 1, LCI Committee Report. Number 1.
Bottom of page 22. Mr. Gagnon is recognized to explain Amendment 1.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This bill deals with manufacturing of non-prescription ephedrine, pseudoephedrine, phenylpropanolamine, the ingredients used to make methamphetamines. Currently, retailers are required to report the sales of these over-the-counter drugs to the NPLEX system, which is used by law enforcement and retailers free of charge and funded by fees paid by the manufacturer, but not all manufacturers are paying into this system. This bill would require all manufacturers of these drugs that sell in or into South Carolina to pay their fair share in order to keep the costs low while protecting the public. The committee report does two things. It requires the administrator of the data collection system to establish fee levels annually, and it changes the effective date from 2025 to 2026.
Mr. Frank requests debate on 4382. Ms. Edgerton requests debate on 4382. Mr. Pace requests debate on 4382. Mr. Beach requests debate. Mr. Harris requests debate. Mr. Gilreath requests debate. Ms. Cromer requests debate. Ms. Terrabeel requests debate. So that will be placed on the contested calendar. Clerk will read.
Sure. 5216 is Chapman, LCI favorable, with amendment number 1, which is the LCI Committee Report.
Ladies and gentlemen, we're on page 23, House Bill 5216. Colonel Ligon is here to explain the committee report, Amendment 1.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. 5216 revises the application of the state's energy standards to construction projects. Currently, there's a blanket adoption of the 2009 International Energy Conservation Code to all types of construction, residential and commercial. This bill limits the automatic adoption of the code to the construction that falls under the scope of the code, the international code. It allows South Carolina Building Codes Council to adopt, modify, or amend the energy code for other types of construction. So I move for passage.
Question is adoption Amendment 1. All in favor say aye. All opposed? Ayes have it. Amendment 1 is adopted. Clerk will read. I believe you have some questions. Do you need to explain further on the bill? Or
No, sir.
I I think Mr. Pace
Move for passage.
has a question. Mr. Pace has a question, and then I think Ms. Cromer, you had a question.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Ligon, just for clarification, it's kind of loud in here, so just want to make sure I know what this does.
Folks, let's get some order. We got questions now. Sergeant, if you'd assist me, if you got conversations, which I see a lot of them, please take them outside. Thank you.
So,
Mr. Magnuson, please quit being such a bad influence on these gentlemen over here.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. If we adopt the bill now as amended, that would allow the state-level building code directorate to amend the international standard as it applies to South Carolina. Am I understanding that right?
I'm going to defer to the builder on the committee. How about that? We'll let Mr. Representative Chapman tell you the details.
So ask your question again, please.
I just want to clarify what, now that the bill's been amended to what we just adopted, the state-level code directorate would be able to amend, is this on a case-by-case basis, the energy standards, or is it just any building that doesn't fall under the current international 2009 standard?
Mr. Chapman is recognized to answer this question.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. So currently we're under the 2009 code. All this does is puts it in the same cycle as all the other codes that we have to follow as an architecture firm. So it will bring the 2009 code into that same cycle. The LLR is requesting this, as well as the AIA, the Engineering Association. So basically what it ends up doing is if we adopt it today, it usually takes 2 years of cycle, 1.5 to 2 years for the Building Code Council to review it. Then it comes back to us, which would be 2028, 29, and then it would go into effect on 2030.
Gotcha. So this would be updating the 2009 to new standards.
To what the Building Code Council would review.
Gotcha.
In their process, their typical process.
Okay. And do we have an idea of what the Building Code Council, would they be increasing energy efficiency standards? Do we have any idea what they'd be doing to update that code from 2009?
So a variety of the things that they go through, there's a long list of professionals that relate to building construction that are on that council, and they review requests that are brought to them, either positively or negatively.
Understood. So if I'm trying to understand, if we don't pass this and we leave it as is, then we would just still be under the 2009 building code until we change it, until and unless we pass something like this.
Correct. They would have to come back. It goes before the council. Like right now, in my practice, I follow the 21 code, just because that's, it's a better standard. What this does is it puts it a more equal playing field for the different types of construction. So it corrects some of the issues that are in the 2009 code.
What were some of those issues?
Well, like, hang on one second. It's like, yeah, so right now there's different class cycles or classes of construction. So it separates those out so that there's more specific to different types of construction, rather than lumping them all together as one energy code.
Okay. And I guess my broad concern is if we're taking the 2009 up to 21, if that's kind of the goal, roughly, not necessarily specifically, but the goal is to go from 2009 to something much more current. What happened with the residential building codes when we went from 2015 to the 20, I think it was 2020 or 2021 codes under the Biden administration, the cost for the average home went up $30,000.
Right.
So that's my concern is, are we going to do the same thing to commercial buildings? Is that going to trickle down into rents going up? Is that going to trickle down into a 30% increase in buildings for commercial, not just houses?
Absolutely not. First of all, this does not affect the residential code. The residential code stays as it is, and then it will fall into the new cycle as it moves forward. if it gets adopted or any of the changes that are made. So the Code Council will review those changes just like we do, and then they'll bring it back before us to either accept or deny.
Okay. So would there be any costs associated, like, with going to a new standard?
No, if anything, it makes it more efficient so that your cost your cost to construction works out as a positive.
So it would not require more energy efficiency. It wouldn't require certain SEER ratings on the AC units.
Certainly, you're going to have better SEER ratings, but that's going to also have more efficiency for the occupant of the building.
On the utility side, but on the building side, it would require a higher cost up front.
As we do with most things, we improve, just like energy efficiency of cars and other things, we improve those efficiencies.
Well, I don't know if you've seen the cost of cars and homes lately, but they've gone up pretty tremendously over the last 20 years as we've taken that as our standard. Well, thank you for answering my questions.
Okay.
And I appreciate that.
Thank you.
Ms. Cromer is recognized. Ms. Cromer requests debate on House Bill 5216. Mr. Harris requests debate. Mr. White requests debate. Mr. Kilmartin requests debate. Ms. Edgerton requests debate. Mr. Frank requests debate. Mr. Gilreath requests debate. Mr. Morgan requests debate. Mr. Beach requests debate. Now we'll place that on the contested calendar. Time has expired in the uncontested period. Mr. Forrest moves that we record the morning hour. All in favor say aye. All opposed? The ayes have it. Clerk will read.
Committee reports. Invitations favorable, 5410 Moss.
Committee report.
Invitations favorable, Hosey, 5352. Committee report.
Committee report.
As well as 5519 Cody Mitchell.
Committee report.
We have committee report. Invitations favorable, Senate 729.
Committee report.
And Senate 730.
Committee report.
Invitations favorable, Senate 943.
Committee report.
And Senate 1053. I'm reading.
Committee report.
We have a committee report, invitations, 1055, Senate.
Committee report.
We have a new introduction by Wickensheimer requiring installation of fire sprinkler systems.
LCI.
We have an introduction of a Senate Bill 1050, Senator Matthews.
Hampton County delegation.
Senator Matthews also introduces Senate 1051.
Colleton delegation.
As well as Senate 1052.
Jasper delegation.
Committee reports. The Judiciary Committee has reported favorably with Amendment 3047 Moss.
Committee report.
New introduction, Representative Scott and many others. Pearl Fryer Day.
Agriculture Committee.
Coach Hayes, directing the Department of Transportation, name an intersection.
Ways and Means.
And finally, Pope and others, Guarantee Banking Act.
LCI. Clerk will read.
3771. LCI favorable with amendment number 1, the committee report.
Mr. Wooten's recognized. Mr. Hartnett says just pass it. Don't mess up, Wooten. Thank you. Mr. Wooten's recognized on
Thank you, Mr.
Amendment
Speaker.
1.
This is literally a clean-up bill. This bill deals with the problem of our coastal waters where people will tow a derelict boat into South Carolina and just anchor it and leave it. Oftentimes, these boats will sit for years, leak fluids into the water, and even sink. Our current law, DNR, does not have the authority to remove them. This committee report is a strike all and insert, and that removes the insurance requirement and instead requires any boat to be anchored in coastal waters for 14 days. We have a basic survey performed, and then after 21 days of non-compliance, the vessel is deemed to be abandoned, and DNR can remove it. That's basically all this bill does. I'll take any questions if there are.
Question adoption Amendment 1. All in favor say aye. All opposed, the ayes have it. Amendment 1 is adopted. Clerk will read.
Nothing further.
Nothing further to explain. Question is adoption of House 3771 as amended. Roll call is required. Voting on the board's order. All members wishing to vote, voted. Come on, Governor, step it up. Time has expired. Clerk, close polls, tabulate. Vote of 115-0. House 3771 receives second reading. Brings us to bottom page 23. Clerk will read.
We have House Bill 4103. Bobby Cox, we have many sponsors on this as optometrists. It was recalled from 3M. We have an amendment on the desk, which is LCI, because it was recalled from 3M and referred to LCI, of course. LCI number 1.
Mr. Wooten's recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. House Bill 4103, as most of you know, deals with optometrists and the ophthalmologist. We have worked a lot of hours on this, and we thought we had a compromise at one point. There's been some things that we've seen that are not now part of that compromise, and we are going to go back to work on this, so I would ask to recommit this.
Mr. Wooten moves to recommit House Bill 4103. All in favor say aye. All opposed, the ayes have it. 4103 is recommitted. Clerk will read.
Five, 5309, Erickson Education, Public Works, favorable as is education.
Ladies and gentlemen, we're on the bottom page 25, House Bill 5309. Chair Lady Erickson is recognized to explain the bill.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Ladies and gentlemen,
Ma'am, if you'd rise when you address Speaker, I'll try to hear what you're trying to say. What'd you say, ma'am? You'd like to hear some order. You're requesting some order. Sergeant, if you'd assist me, members, I agree. It's hard to hear right up here in the center and in the front. If you would take conversations outside again, if need be. And Ms. Erickson, you're recognized.
thank you, Mr. Speaker. Ladies and gentlemen, the House Bill 5309 is a teacher interstate compact bill. We've done compact bills for nurses and physicians and different other professions. This is a tool in the toolbox that would allow our State Department of Education, our local districts, to hire teachers from states that are also in the compact and to have them be able to start work immediately. Receiving states determine which eligible licenses the teacher is qualified to hold and may include a determination that the applicant is not eligible for any license in the state. So there's still some area to make decisions based on our own hiring and firing in districts. Nothing in the compact limits the power of a member states to regulate their own licensure and endorsements. So know that entering the compact, any member state may withdraw from the compact by enacting a statute repealing the law. That's it, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Harris has a question.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Erickson, do we know, like, how soon would this take effect if we entered it? I know, like, sometimes you have to get member states together till it, like, gets a threshold amount. Is that at that point, or?
Well, I mean, we're at the step one of the legislative process. So we haven't even passed this bill through the House. It's still got to go through the Senate. Then the application would go from the State Department of Education to the compact, and then it would have to go through the hoops that you would do that, and then it would come into effect.
Right, I guess, so I'm speaking about the compact itself. How fledgling is it? Has it been operational for a while? Do they have bylaws and stuff in place and things like that?
It has been in effect for a while. It has, forgive me, either 15 or 17 members, states that are in it currently. It went through the part of the time that was enacted was during COVID, and there were very little growth during that particular time. You can understand why.
Sure. Do they have, like, bylaws already established that we could, like, sort of know what we're agreeing to if we joined it?
It's a broad group of licensures. These are teachers' qualifications of the degrees that they may hold. This is not teaching philosophy or the things that we look at for hiring practices or what our more critical choices of how we hire with certain degrees required for certain positions. This is a broader spectrum of what master's, what bachelor's degree, those sorts of things.
Do you know how much it's going to, like, cost us to belong to this organization?
It's a nominal fee. There is a physical impact statement. It's not quite 10,000 if per state, and each state pays the same amount on the compact.
Thank you.
Absolutely. This is a tool in the toolbox. Hope we can pass this.
Ms. McDaniel.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And thank you, Representative Shannon, for bringing this bill. Does this have any relation to the international agreements that school districts currently have, or would this be another pool to give them an opportunity to get teachers from the United States versus international?
Yes, ma'am. This is a United States compact. This
Okay.
is not with any other countries.
Okay, thank you.
Yes, ma'am. Good question.
Question is adoption of House Bill 50. Mr. Frank requests debate. Mr. Harris requests debate. Mr. White requests debate. Ms. Edgerton requests debate. Mr. Beach requests debate. Ms. Cromer requests debate. Mr. Gilreath requests debate. And I will put that on the contested calendar. And Ms. Mitchell requests debate. Clerk will read.
Next bill is 585. Tedder, education, favorable. Amendment number 1.
Mr. Brandon Newton moves 24-hour point, and it is sustained. We're now withdraw objections, request for debate. Unanimous consent request. Okay, we will stop there. The House will. Mr. Newton moves that we recede, waiting the Senate and the judiciary, I believe. Is that correct? Joint Assembly. So we will be in recess. It is 10 till. We'll be in recess. We're in the middle of page 26. House is in recess. Mr. Beach is recognized for a brief introduction during recess.
Ladies and gentlemen of the House of Representatives, up in the gallery is a hero, a South Carolina hero. I had a constituent reach out.
Proudly stands our alma mater on the hilltop high. Arch maroon floats for a Claflin fair o'er thee. May we all be leal and loyal to thy memory.
My name is Dewan Wormack, and I have the distinct pleasure of serving as the 9th president at this historic institution. We're the #1 ranked historically black college university in the state of South Carolina and top 10 in the country. And so what makes us special is the people. It is the people that buy into the culture, it is the people that buy into the mission, and it's the people that buy into the vision. Social justice is our focal point as an institution. Mass incarceration is a social justice issue. Healthcare disparities is a social justice issue. So the university has put resources to ensure that we do everything in our power to combat some of those healthcare disparities. Our intentional focus, 100% of it, it is ensuring that our community is safe and well. And when I say well, holistically, we begin to look at some data impacting African Americans in Orangeburg County, and we begin to think about our own family trajectory. And I talked about my mother dying from hypertension, my grandmother dying from hypertension, my grandfather passed from hypertension, and how it's generational in our communities, but not talking about the preventative work that comes behind it. And so I approached our computer science faculty member, Dr. Lyles, and said, hey, I want to do something very creative and innovative, something that can really combat healthcare disparities, but it's also to infusing technology in that work.
I am Karina Lyles, and I chair the Department of Math and Computer Science, and I'm also an associate professor of computer science at Claflin University. Computer science is a way for us to build solutions to everyday problems. We have a very forward-thinking president, and so it's very easy to get him on board with the smart home. We met and talked about things that we could do as a university to make an impact in our community, because we understand that we have a purpose here. I presented him the idea about the smart home, and he loved it.
We purchased a home in the community, And within that home, we begin to invest all of the technology that is there.
It's very important for the smart home to be a home and not a house, because we want this health consciousness to just be a part of everyone's life. We're really trying to shift lifestyles here. Imagine going into your home, but then having the additional amenities that help support the things that you need to do to take care of your health and well-being. Imagine walking into the living room, taking your blood pressure, then realizing it's elevated. The house will recognize that as well. It might dim the lights, and it might change the colors of the lights, and then it might also play soothing music. While the home is doing these things in response to your medical state, it's also informing you. So we have the displays around the house because that's the way to engage and interface with the user. The house will alert you that your blood pressure is elevated, and then also give some recommendations and things that you can do to alleviate this issue. Now let's imagine you woke up from a night's rest and you got up as you normally do to get ready for work or to get ready for school or just to start your day. When you go into the bathroom, the smart mirror gives you all of your sleep stats. And it shows the graphs, it shows the charts, it tells you the cycles of sleep that you were in and how long you were in those stages. It tells you how much you might have snored. It takes the information from the bed and then it makes sense of it to tell you slept well last night, or if you didn't, here are some things that you might want to do to get through your day. So you might want to think about reordering your to-do list, because something that requires more cognitive load might not be what you want to start out with, because it's just going to make you more drained and more tired. If you go into your bedroom, there's a workout mirror. The workout mirror allows for the cardio workout, but it also allows for meditation and yoga. A big part of the smart home is providing that health education. There are going to be times when someone might need to go to the hospital or to visit their doctor, and there may be times when you might just need to relax. And so giving them that education will help them to determine when it's time to seek medical attention or when there's some things that we can do at the home for self-care. We want to rely on the community of the individual to give them the best services possible. And so with the smart home, this data about your health can be sent directly to your health care provider. It can be sent to your doctor or your nurse or even a family member who might be monitoring your health. It allows that open line of communication, but it allows that transparency that doctors sometimes need, or sometimes we might not think of things that we should share with our doctor, but the information is there now because the house has already sent that information over, so they know what to look for, even if we don't know what to disclose.
Oftentimes you hear these studies that are impacting large metropolitan areas. Then if you extrapolate the data, you don't have a large African American data set. And then extrapolate it further in rural America. So we want to be the thought leader in the country to be able to provide the data set. It is our hope that this data set will allow folks to make more informed medical decisions, but it's also preventative health decisions as well.
I am Shamaria Sherman, a senior computer science major here at Claflin, and I am a smart home researcher and team lead of the robotics team. Growing up in my family, I was always known as the tech-savvy person, fixing the computers, downloading all the softwares. So it was always my niche. As a researcher, our job is to always research and develop ways to basically help our community's well-being. So currently, I am working on a project called the Nutrition Label Analyzer. The goal of the analyzer is to basically analyze labels and make it easier for users to understand, to increase their nutritional awareness. When you're grocery shopping and you're purchasing things in the store, there's this propaganda of, oh, there's no sugar, but there's actually more harmful ingredients. And so if you don't know what's harming you, you can't make better decisions. So the goal is just for everyone to make better dietary choices to help these chronic illnesses and health issues. It's connected from a personal experience. My grandfather had cancer and my grandmother has hypertension. So it's like growing up, I knew they had these issues, but I didn't know the answers, or I didn't know why or what was causing it. So doing this research kind of gives me a lens to see, okay, this is what's harming our community, and maybe I can help fix this or develop a solution that could help other African Americans.
I think the smart home plays a critical part in closing the gaps for health disparities in rural areas, because One important thing is that we are the minority researchers doing the work. So a lot of this work hits close to home to us. We see our family members and our loved ones who are dealing with a lot of these ailments, if it's not us ourselves. We're driven by a different purpose.
Working with Dr. Lyles has been an amazing experience. She's like a second mother to me. She's really focused on just us growing and evolving. Coming from behind the computers, developing this project, being in a smart home where I'm actually able to test my products, it just gives me like a sense of comfort, that push that, I can help my community and I can actually see it. I think my biggest lesson working in a smart home is that effective research starts with identifying real life issues and targeting solutions at those issues. So being in the smart home is unique because I'm actually able to test these products that I'm developing with my community, with my
Good afternoon. The Joint Assembly will please come to order. Please come to order. Thank you. Sergeant. The members of the Joint Assembly, please rise to receive the Honorable Chief Justice of the Supreme Court and his distinguished escort committee. Please be seated. Please be seated. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen of this joint assembly, it's with great pride and honor that I present to you Honorable John W. Kittredge, the Chief Justice of the Supreme Court of South Carolina. Mr. Chief Justice, welcome.
Thank you very much. President Alexander, Speaker Smith, Speaker Pro Tem Pope, Chairman Peeler, Chairman Bannister, Chairman Rankin, Chairman Newton, the majority and minority leaders of the Senate and the House, to all members of the General Assembly, thank you for extending to me the privilege of addressing this esteemed joint assembly. I wish to recognize my excellent colleagues on the Supreme Court, Justices Few, James, Hill, and Verdon. Chief Judge Williams of the Court of Appeals is here along with the outstanding appellate court judges. Welcome. As always, I wish to recognize and thank my predecessors for the excellent foundation they laid. Chief Justices Toll, Plakonis, and Beatty. Please know that I appreciate the tremendous demands on your time. Legislative service is not like it was a generation ago. It is full-time service. And with the advancements and curse of modern technology, the text messages, the emails, the phone calls, the social media posts that seemingly never end. With the speed of life increasing in this microwave society, it's difficult to pause and study an issue thoroughly and thoughtfully. Yet I'm going to respectfully ask that you give the judicial branch, the third branch of government, a few minutes of your attention. In our brief time together, we'll not come away with the full understanding of all the issues and challenges facing our justice system. There are so many topics we could discuss. The importance of technology, how to wisely leverage AI, the increase in violence for those who participate in the justice system, the move to e-filing in the family court, and on and on. There's so many pressing issues, yet time is precious. So I have decided to discuss only 4 topics. And on the few topics we will discuss, I'm only able to provide a brief overview. But remember this, I am available to meet, speak, and work with you individually or in groups on any matters involving our justice system that are important to you. I believe there is a positive relationship between the legislature and the judicial branch. To be sure, the structure of government is such that there is a tension between branches of government. That is by design. And it necessarily flows from constitutional structures and guardrails we're familiar with, like checks and balances and separation of powers. But that tension inherent in our constitutional design should not detract from our working together to do our best to provide for the more than 5.5 million South Carolinians a justice system that is fair, open, accessible, timely, and provides equal justice to all. Progress is being made, and I will share a few examples. And I want to emphasize on the front end that the progress being made in our justice system is largely because of you in this room. Our General Assembly makes public policy decisions and determines budgets, and you have provided the support that enables the judicial branch to better serve our fellow citizens. To put a finer point on it, it is our collaboration together where you are strengthening the South Carolina justice system. I commend and thank you for your support of the justice system, which benefits our fellow citizens. I'm going to address the state of the court system, court filings, backlogs, and show you where progress is being made. But I first want to address judicial reform. There's a lot we could unpack here, but I'm only going to briefly mention two issues. First, we in the judiciary, like you, are aware of the half-truths and false narratives that circulate on social media, podcasts, and other outlets masquerading as journalism, attacking you and our justice system. I believe you understand that judges, we are bound by ethical constraints, and those rules prohibit judges from responding to attacks against court decisions, no matter how false or outrageous the allegation may be. One attack levied against the legislature is the method of judicial selection. And I want to offer a brief comment on judicial selection. You know, there are many ways judges can be appointed. And for lawyers who aspire to pursue a public service career on the bench, we leave it to you to determine what changes, if any, are needed in the method of selecting judges. There is no perfect way to select judges. But I suggest to you that the legislature has elected quality judges over the years. When this legislative body of 170 diverse members individually vets judicial candidates and then collectively elects judges, that diffusion of authority enhances merit selection. Were one person allowed to completely control the selection process, we would expose the process to the potential of having political considerations driving the process and not merit. I simply say that I know firsthand South Carolina has one of the finest judiciaries in the country. More on the judges you elect in just a few short minutes. Allow me to move to my second comment on judicial reform. Magistrate court, magistrate reform. I have requested a modest increase in magistrate court filing fees, which have not been adjusted in decades. This is a crucial part of judicial reform because it provides additional and long overdue funds to counties to support the magistrate court system, including salaries. Representative Pope has filed legislation and marshaled it through the House. I'm hopeful it will be passed in the Senate. Let's think for a brief moment more broadly about magistrate court reform. Magistrate court is often where a person gets their first, sometimes only, exposure to the South Carolina court system. A citizen's entire view, perception of our justice system may come from that magistrate court experience. South Carolina has more than 300 magistrates. Put that in perspective. 300 plus magistrates. Yet if you look to the entirety of the family court bench, 66 judges, circuit court bench, 53 judges, Court of Appeals, 9 judges, Supreme Court, 5 justices. What are the numbers? About 130. You double all of our trial and appellate court judges that the legislature elects, and you're still far short of the number of magistrates. Is magistrate reform needed? It's my sense we would all say yes. That's easy. The challenge is identifying what reform looks like. I wish I had the luxury of time to discuss this in great detail with you now, but I don't. I wrote a letter to all members of the General Assembly a few months ago detailing this issue, the challenges in addressing magistrate reform. There are a lot of moving pieces, and I'll refer back to my detailed letter. For now, I simply say we need to move forward toward a unified magistrate system, and we do that by focusing on uniformity. Let me leave you with a final point on judicial reform in the magistrate court. That point is the gross pay disparity among full-time magistrate judge salaries. The highest paid magistrate in South Carolina earns more than $155,000, just a tick under $156,000. The lowest paid full-time magistrate earns $37,105. That disparity in pay among full-time magistrates not only defeats the goal of a uniform system, it guarantees a lack of uniformity and all the negative consequences that necessarily follow. I conclude my brief comments on magistrate reform with an invitation to discuss this important issue with you more fully. Magistrate reform is needed, and I'm hopeful of a positive and productive dialogue with you. I now transition to a challenge facing our court system, one that may be self-evident, but I don't believe it's fully appreciated. I'm going to call this judicial infrastructure. Governor McMaster, in his State of the State address, discussed infrastructure, and he mentioned traffic congestion, water and sewer access, growing demand for electric power, health care and school pressures, road repair, etc. I add judicial infrastructure to the list. Infrastructure demands reach everywhere, and certainly that includes our court system. Last year, in my State of the Judiciary presentation, I mentioned a data collection effort that was underway. We need to know in our courts what's going on. Every aspect of the operation of the courts, so we can identify what the needs are, where the needs are, and thus more wisely allocate judicial resources. We're still trying to work with all the courts, the 46 county clerks of court, and obtain correct data. We're making progress, but quite frankly, we have a ways to go. Let me share some numbers with you that I believe will get your attention. In the last few years, more than 9 million cases have been filed in all of our trial courts. This is a conservative number because we're still counting. You and the public can access this information. It's on the South Carolina Judicial website. This is what we have thus far. Now, there's a disclaimer because we don't yet have complete information. But you and the public can get a sense of the numbers of cases in the various courts throughout the counties and the judicial circuits. As we gather more data, this public dashboard of court information will be updated. Permit me to illustrate the reality of this unprecedented growth so we can better and more fully appreciate the indisputable connection between infrastructure and our court system. In the year 2000, South Carolina had a population of about 4 million. Today, a quarter of a century later, we are surpassing 5.5 million. In terms of percentage growth, South Carolina is the fastest growing state in the country. Look at the bottom of this chart. Between July 2024 and July 2025, according to the Census Bureau, South Carolina added more than 6,600 people every month, right at 80,000 for the year. So President Alexander, in 1 year, South Carolina adds 80,000 people, which approximates the population of Oconee County. As South Carolina grows at a rate we've never seen before, let us acknowledge the obvious. The increase in judicial resources since the year 2000 is far less than the actual population increase and court filing increase. Here's another look. Courts often will measure their ability to provide a justice system by the number of judges per 100,000 population. Looking to our general jurisdiction court, our circuit court, we have 53 circuit judges. That gives us 0.97, less than 1, 0.97 judges per 100,000 population. We are requesting in this year's budget 4 additional resident circuit judges in targeted areas of need. If we are successful in increasing our number of circuit judges from 53 to 57, our ratio would be 1.04 judges per 100,000. That would be an improvement. But how do we stack up with some sister states in the Southeast? Based on data furnished by the National Center of State Courts, Tennessee has 2.3 judges per 100,000 population. Alabama has 3.3 judges per 100,000. We're behind other states, but the 4 additional circuit judges would move us in a positive direction. Now, with all this growth, in terms of population and court filings, you would think the backlogs are growing and growing, and we're just getting further behind. But I want you to know we are making progress. We recently looked at year-to-year comparison in the circuit and family courts. And I want to share with you what we learned. We have a series of benchmarks that are utilized to measure backlogs and progress. Let's first look at the criminal court, which is called the Court of General Sessions. In criminal court, overall from 2021 to 2025, we can get a look at the backlog by the number of pending cases at the end of each calendar year. Are the cases we don't get to growing and growing or not? Please see that we have reduced the backlog by 16.9%. The backlogs are decreasing. Look at this chart. Roughly 200,000 criminal cases were pending several years ago at year's end. Now look at the end of 2025. The number of pending cases declined to just over 165,000. However, that's not the only measure. We can all agree that we want criminal cases disposed of before they are 3 years old. From 2024 to 2025, and looking at indicted criminal cases, we saw overall a 17.6% decrease in the number of criminal cases more than 3 years old. The backlog is coming down. Look with me at the civil side of the court that we call the Court of Common Pleas. On the civil side, one benchmark is to try to get the case resolved over within 2 years of the case being filed. So let's look at cases filed year by year. You can see that a few years back, there were 77,789 cases filed and almost 15,000 still pending after 2 years. Look at the yearly trend, a tremendous increase in cases filed. We went from almost 78,000 cases filed to more than 100,000 cases filed last year in 2025. And we expect such a dramatic increase with the population boom across South Carolina. Yet look at the decrease in cases more than 2 years old. Almost 15,000 cases were pending at the end of 2021. And at the end of 2025, there were only 9,200 cases pending. The big picture is this: a 28% increase in new cases, yet we were able to reduce the civil backlog of cases pending more than 2 years by about 37%. That's counterintuitive. How do we reduce backlog of older cases when case filings are on the rise? Before unpacking this good news further, please take a quick look with me at our family courts. You may know that in the often emotional and pressure-packed family court, because of the time-sensitive and child-centered nature of family court proceedings, we have what is called the 365-day rule, where we want a family court domestic relations case resolved within a year. That's a big ask, but it's important given the critical need for family courts to handle cases, especially involving children, expeditiously. We have always sought to meet an 80% threshold, which means we want 80% of all family court domestic relations cases completed, finished, in a year. Through the years, the majority of counties and circuits have met that 80% threshold. At the end of 2025, we had 32 counties meeting the benchmark. We hope to put the 3 new family court judges you just elected to work immediately. We hope that next year, more counties we will see will meet the benchmark. What makes our work on the family court backlog significant is context. We're maintaining substantial compliance with the family court 365-day rule for domestic relations cases as the case filings increase, just as we've seen in the circuit court. In family court from 2020 to 2025, we saw a 13% increase in family court case filings, yet we are maintaining success and helping most families achieve resolution in family court within a year of the filing of the case. Again, we are making progress. As I wrap up our discussion on judicial infrastructure, please keep in mind the vastness of the workload in our court system. Among judges and court staff, we use the phrase term of court. A term of court is a phrase we use to describe a court week from Monday through Friday or designated days during the week. In 2024, we held 5,190 terms of circuit and family court. That's a lot of court. Yet in 2025, we increased terms of court to 5,771. Think about that. 5,771 terms of circuit and family court. That's a massive amount of court. And it does not include magistrates court, probate court, municipal court, and on. Operating the South Carolina court system is no small undertaking. The system operates because of people. People who care and do their best every day. From judges to court staff such as court reporters, clerks of court, court schedulers, and a strong administrative staff. And as you can see from these results, we are making progress. And it could not happen without a supportive General Assembly. Thank you. How are we making this kind of progress as we do more with less? The complete answer is multifaceted, but due to time constraints, my answer must be abbreviated. The answer involves systems and people. You can see that the volume of work done in our courts is staggering. We are assigning our limited judicial resources to areas of greatest need. We are doing our best to put our most valuable resource, people, where they are needed. We have good and decent people in court administration, hardworking people in the courtrooms, such as our court reporters. And give me a moment to return to our judges. Are judges perfect? Of course not. As with any group or institution, we are human and mistakes occur. We have an appellate court system with multiple judges involved in every case to do our best to correct mistakes when they occur. The judges you elect are overwhelmingly competent, diligent, professional, committed to doing their best to apply the law fairly and in an even-handed manner in every case, and they are caring. And the record is clear that because of the extensive vetting done under the current system, South Carolina judges rarely face founded disciplinary complaints, unlike judges in other states. Yes, I'm aware of the largely social media-driven attacks against our South Carolina judges, but those attacks from disgruntled litigants or from those looking to score easy political points are generally unfounded. I'm proud to serve alongside the fine men and women you elect as judges. Some of our judges, many of them, go the extra mile and do double duty. Moreover, when unforeseen circumstances arise, those in the judicial branch step forward and volunteer. Last year, when Circuit Judge Diane Goodstein's home was destroyed by fire, members of her family seriously injured, many of her colleagues volunteered to serve and cover her terms of court. Among those who volunteered were Judges Newman, Griffith, McIntosh, Mullen, Doby, Rivers, and War. In addition, we have masters in equity who are doing double duty, continuing to hold equity court as a master in equity, but also volunteering over and over in the circuit court. And they include Judges Clemens, Simmons, and Wegman. Many retired judges have stepped forward in the last few years in both circuit and family court. They're holding court, and importantly, they're holding court more frequently. And among them included are Judges Cothran, Kinlaw, Hocker, Norton, Pogue, Wiley, and Moorhead. Last year, a family court judge unexpectedly suffered a disabling injury and was unable to continue to hold court. That judge had terms of court scheduled weeks and months in advance. And those family court litigants on that docket needed resolution. They didn't need delay. They needed resolution. Your family court judges gave up chambers weeks and vacation and said, "Send me." Included among the judges who volunteered were Judges Ballinger, Norton, Rommel Holmes, Kimmons, Wiley, McKeechin, Michael Murphy, Abstance, Moorhead, Curry, and McFadden. Notice Judge McFadden. He's a circuit court judge who previously served on the family court bench. Judge McFadden was on vacation when the family court judge could no longer hold court. Judge McFadden called to let us know, "Hey, I'm leaving the family vacation. I'm heading to Sumter. I will complete that term of court." Judge McFadden also every year holds special adoption days of court. Why make uncontested adoptions wait and wait on crowded family court dockets? Judge McFadden, a circuit court judge, asks every year for special appointment to hold family court so he can approve adoptions and unite families. In the pictures before you, you'll recognize the face of your friend and colleague, Representative David Weeks, who knows firsthand of the incredible service done through this special judge and the others who helped move adoptions through. Through the years, this special Adoptions Day has approved almost 600 adoptions. Judge McFadden gets not one extra penny for that judicial service. He does it not for recognition. He does it because he's a caring judge, and more importantly, a caring person. That description applies to so many of our fine judges. There's so many other examples that I could share with you to show you the humanity and the caring nature of the judges you elect. But I must be sensitive of the time you have graciously allowed me. Please understand this. I'm proud to serve along the side of the judges you elect. And you too should be proud of the fine men and women you elect to the judiciary of South Carolina. I now move to my final point. We've looked at numbers like 9 million cases filed that show the size of the responsibility we face as stewards in ensuring and maintaining an effective justice system. It sounds like we as judges are nothing more than assembly line workers, focused only on moving cases through as fast as we can. That's not the message I leave you with today. Admittedly, the volume of cases is staggering, but the message I leave you with is this: always know that judges understand every case is important. To a litigant in a case, that case is often the most important thing in his or her life. No one wants to be in court. We must never lose sight of the very real and frequently painful realities of a court case. The pressure on judges to move cases while doing precise justice in every case is a difficult balancing act. The pressure, the weight on judges to do the right thing is enormous. The judicial position in our constitutional structure necessarily requires the exercise of discretion and judgment. As I said earlier, we don't pretend to be perfect, yet our judges give their best every day. There's so many, many cases where justice is done. I close with just one example, an example that highlights the very real and very human element that's on display in the courtrooms across South Carolina every day. From Oconee to Horry, from Cherokee to Charleston, and everywhere in between. I share with you the story of Mark Atkinson, and I do so with his permission. Here's Mark Atkinson, a highly decorated non-commissioned officer in our armed forces. Here's another picture of Mark. On September 8, 2022, Mark was arrested for driving under the influence. He was one of many people arrested that day, and the system could just have assigned his case to a prosecutor and worked toward a conviction. That day, he looked just like any other person arrested for DUI. But the system took the time to see that Mark Atkinson was not a repeat offender with a criminal history. He was a person who was struggling. You see, Mark retired from the Air Force and Air National Guard, and he had seen active deployment all over the world, both before and after 9/11. With his degree in network engineering, his services were needed in Qatar, Kuwait, Saudi Arabia, Afghanistan. He did an outstanding job under dangerous conditions. He was awarded the Bronze Star for his service. When he retired, like many veterans who served our country and saw combat, he had a difficult time coming home and assimilating into what we would call normal life. He began drinking to cope with what he later found out was PTSD. And to use his words, he was heading down a very dark road. After his DUI arrest, Mark attempted suicide, continued to drink. He did not believe he would ever stop drinking. He was overcome with a sense of hopelessness. But those in the justice system thought he could be saved. Mark agreed to give Veterans Treatment Court a try. Those in the justice system believed in Mark, so why shouldn't Mark believe in himself? Mark made it. And he credits a caring judge, Chuck Simmons of Greenville, and the treatment court staff for saving his life. Mark has been sober for over 2 years. Here's Mark Atkinson today. Yes, our court system handles many millions of cases, but the judges in South Carolina never forget that to the people involved in a court case, that one case is the most important thing to them. The robe I wear is like the robe all our judges wear. It's made up of threads. Each thread is significant, yet individual threads are formless. It's when the threads are joined and woven together does the robe take shape. My friend and retired Circuit Judge Billy Keesley said this about the judge's robe, quote, "There are thousands of black threads woven together to make this robe. When it is complete, the robe will cover anyone. It will cover every race, every religion, every person." My friends, I tell you, the threads of this robe represent fidelity to the law. The robe represents impartiality, caring for all, including crime victims. The robe represents a humble recognition of the immense responsibility that is entrusted to us and a commitment to do our best to achieve justice in every case. Justice for victims and justice for the Mark Atkinsons who enter the justice system every day. This is the judiciary of South Carolina, and I'm proud to serve alongside those who also wear the robe. And as long as I'm privileged to serve as Chief Justice, we will never waver from the pursuit of justice in every case. God bless you, and God bless the state of South Carolina. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chief Justice. The members of the General Assembly will please rise so that the Honorable Chief Justice of the Supreme Court and his distinguished escort party can depart this joint assembly. Mr. Chief Justice. The Joint Assembly, please come to order. I'd ask members and of the Joint Assembly to please take your seats. Please be seated. The Joint Assembly is convened for the purposes of conducting elections to fill the position to the boards of trustees of South Carolina colleges and universities. Nominations are now in order. Representative Bill Whitmire, Chairman of the College and University Trustees Screening Commission, is recognized for nominations. I'm going to get your little order. Please give him your attention. Thank you. Thank you for your cooperation. Mr. Whitmire, Representative, Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. President. Ladies and gentlemen of the Joint Assembly, the College and University Trustees Screening Commission, consisting of Senator Massey, Senator Bennett, Senator Johnson, Senator Devine, Representative King, Representative McGinnis, Representative Rose, and myself, met on March 2nd and March 5th of the 2026 and concluded the screening of the College and University Board of Trustee candidates to fulfill the terms of the positions to be elected today. Under the concurrent resolution, there will be no nominating speeches. If anyone desires to second a nomination, please forward your written second to the desk for the inclusion in the journal. In accordance with the concurrent resolution, we have for election today one at-large seat of the Citadel Board of Visitors, 5 congressional district seats on the Coastal Carolina University Board of Trustees, and 8 at-large seats on the Coastal Carolina University Board of Trustees, 1 congressional district seat on the Lander University Board of Trustees, and 2 at-large seats on the Lander University Board of Trustees, 1 congressional district lay member seat on the Medical University of South Carolina Board of Trustees, 1 at-large seat on the South Carolina State University Board of Trustees, 4 judicial circuit seats on the University of South Carolina Board of Trustees, 1 congressional district seat on the Winthrop University Board of Trustees, and 1 at-large seat on the Winthrop University Board of Trustees, and 2 at-large seats on the Will Lou Gray Opportunity School Board of Trustees. At this time, we will proceed to the elections. The Citadel, 1 at-large seat. The Commission found the following individuals qualified and nominated for trustee at-large seat with a term to expire June 30th, 2029. Kenneth Scott Bland, Christopher Daniel Clark, James E. Nicholson, Jr. Kenneth Scott Bland and Christopher Daniel Clark have withdrawn. I hereby place in nomination James E. Nicholson and move that he be reelected by acclamation.
All those in favor signify by saying aye. Any opposed signify by saying no. The ayes have it. I hereby declare that James E. Nicholson, Jr. is duly elected to the Citadel Board of Visitors for the time and term prescribed by law. Mr. Whitmire.
Thank you, Mr. President. Coastal Carolina University, 5 congressional district seats and 8 at-large seats. The Commission found the following individual qualified and nominated for trustee from the 1st Congressional District, Seat 1, with the term to expire June 30th, 2027. George Edward Mullen. I hereby place in nomination George Edward Mullen and move that he be reelected by acclamation.
All those in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. I hereby declare that George Edward Mullen is duly elected to the Coastal Carolina University Board of Trustees for the term prescribed by law. Mr. Whitmire, Representative Whitmire.
Thank you, Mr. President. The Commission found the following individual qualified and nominated for trustee from the 3rd Congressional District, Seat 3, with the term to expire June 30th, 2027. William S. Biggs. I hereby place in nomination William S. Biggs and move that he be reelected by acclamation.
All those in favor signify by saying aye. All opposed signify by saying no. The ayes have it. I hereby declare that William S. Biggs is duly elected to the Coastal Carolina University Board of Trustees for the term prescribed by law. Representative Chairman Whitmire.
The commission found the following individual qualified and nominated for trustee from the 4th Congressional District, Seat 4, with a term to expire June 30th, 2029. William E. Turner III. I hereby place in nomination William E. Turner III and move that he be reelected by acclamation.
All those in favor signify by saying aye. All opposed signify by saying no. The ayes have it. I hereby declare that William E. Turner III is duly elected to the Coastal Carolina University Board of Trustees for the term prescribed by law. Commission Chairman Whitmire.
The commission found the following individual qualified and nominated for trustee from the 5th Congressional District, Seat 5, with a term to expire June 30th, 2027. Lisa Mabry Davis. I hereby place in nomination Lisa Mabry Davis and move that she be re-elected by acclamation.
All those in favor signify by saying aye. All opposed signify by saying no. The ayes have it. I hereby declare that Lisa Mabry Davis is duly elected to the Coastal Carolina University Board of Trustees for the term prescribed by law. Chairman Whitmire.
The commission found the following individual qualified for and nominated for trustee from the 7th Congressional District, Seat 7, with a term to expire June 30th, 2027. Natasha Mabry Davis. I hereby place in nomination Natasha Mabry Davis and move that she be reelected by acclamation.
Hannah. Last name is Hannah. Natasha
Brent,
Mabry.
don't blame me. Oh, Natasha Mabry Hannah. I apologize.
All those in favor of the motion signify by saying aye. All opposed say no. The ayes have it. I hereby declare that Natasha Mabry Hannah is duly elected to the Coastal Carolina University Board of Trustees for the term prescribed by law. Chairman Whitmire.
Thank you, Mr. President. Try not to make another mistake. The commission found the following individual qualified and nominated for trustee at large, Seat 8, with a term to expire June 30th, 2029. Jason Michael Repack. I hereby place in nomination Jason Michael Repack, move that he be reelected by acclamation.
All those in favor signify by saying aye. All opposed signify by saying no. The ayes have it. I hereby declare that Jason Michael Repack is duly elected to the Coastal Carolina University Board of Trustees for the term prescribed by law. Chairman Whitmire.
The commission found the following individual qualified and nominated for trustee at large, Seat 9, with a term to expire June 30th, 2027. Eugene C. Spivey. I hereby place in nomination Eugene C. Spivey, move that he be reelected by acclamation.
All those in favor signify by saying aye. All opposed signify by saying no. The ayes have it. I hereby declare that Eugene C. Spivey is duly elected to the Coastal Carolina University Board of Trustees for the term prescribed by law. Chairman Whitmire.
The commission found the following individual qualified and nominated for trustee at large, Seat 10, with a term to expire June 30th, 2029. Mark S. Kelly. I hereby place in nomination Mark S. Kelly and move that he be reelected by acclamation.
All those in favor signify by saying aye. All opposed signify by saying no. The ayes have it. I hereby declare that Mark S. Kelly is duly elected to the Coastal Carolina University Board of Trustees for the term prescribed by law. Chairman Whitmire.
The commission found the following individuals qualified and nominated for trustee at large, Seat 11, with a term to expire June 30th, 2027. Brian J. Argo, Richard Blake Klein, Edward Robert Tikaz. Edward Robert Tikaz and Richard Blake Klein have withdrawn. I hereby place in nomination Brian J. Argo. Move that he be elected by acclamation.
All those in favor signify by saying aye. All opposed signify by saying no. The ayes have it. I hereby declare that Brian J. Argo is duly elected to the Coastal Carolina University Board of Trustees for the term prescribed by law. Chairman Whitmire.
Commission found the following individual qualified and nominated for trustee at large, seat 12, with a term to expire June 30th, 2029. Hal DeLand Stevens. I hereby place in nomination Hal DeLand Stevens and move that he be reelected by acclamation.
All those in favor signify by saying aye. All opposed signify by saying no. The ayes have it. I hereby declare that Hal DeLand Stevens is duly elected to the Coastal Carolina University Board of Trustees for the term prescribed by law. Chairman Whitmire.
The commission found the following individual qualified or nominated for trustee at large, seat 13, with a term to expire June 30th, 2027, Lee A. Belcher. I hereby place in nomination Lee A. Belcher and move that he be reelected by acclamation.
All those in favor signify by saying aye. All opposed signify by saying no. The ayes have it. I hereby declare that Lee A. Belcher is duly elected to the Coastal Carolina University Board of Trustees for the term prescribed by law. Chairman Whitmire.
Commission found the following individual qualified and nominated for trustee at large, seat 14, with a term to expire June 30th, 2029. Joe N. Jarrett, Jr. I hereby place in nomination Joe N. Jarrett, Jr. and move that he be reelected by acclamation.
All those in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. I hereby declare that Joe N. Jarrett, Jr. is duly elected to the Coastal Carolina University Board of Trustees for the term prescribed by law. Chairman Whitmire.
Commission found the following individual qualified and nominated for trustee at large, seat 15, with a term to expire June 30th, 2029. Patrick Stephen Sparks. I hereby place in nomination Patrick Stephen Sparks, move that he be reelected by acclamation.
All those in favor signify by saying aye. All opposed signify by saying no. The ayes have it. I hereby declare that Patrick Stephen Sparks is duly elected to the Coastal Carolina University Board of Trustees for the term prescribed by law. Commission Chairman Whitmire.
Mr. President, we are now at Lander University. 1 congressional district and seat and 2 at-large seats. Commission found the following individual qualified and nominated for trustee from the 5th Congressional District, seat 5, with a term to expire June 30th, 2028. Thomas Bollock, Christopher Sean Foxworth. Thomas Bollock has withdrawn. I hereby place in nomination Christopher Sean Foxworth.
All those in favor, please say aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. I hereby declare Christopher Sean Foxworth is duly elected to the Lander University Board of Trustees for the term prescribed by law. Chairman Whitmire.
The commission found the following individual qualified and nominated for trustee at large, seat 12, with a term to expire June 30th, 2026. Sabrina Ann Walker. I hereby place in nomination Sabrina Ann Walker. Move that she be reelected by acclamation.
All those in favor signify by saying aye. All opposed signify by saying no. The ayes have it. I hereby declare that Sabrina Ann Walker is duly elected to the Lander University Board of Trustees for the term prescribed by law. Chairman Whitmire.
The Commission found the following individual qualified and nominated for trustee at large, seat 15, with a term to expire June 30th, 2026. Kathy R. Taylor. I hereby place in nomination Kathy R. Taylor and move that she be reelected by acclamation.
All those in favor signify by saying aye. All opposed signify by saying no. The ayes have it. I hereby declare that Kathy R. Taylor is duly elected to the Lander University Board of Trustees for the term prescribed by law. Chairman Whitmire.
Medical University of South Carolina, 1 congressional district seat. The Commission found the following individual qualified and nominated for trustee from the 2nd Congressional District, lay member with a term to expire June 30th, 2028. William Delaney Wiseman. I hereby place in nomination William Delaney Wiseman and move that he be elected by acclamation.
All those in favor signify by saying aye. All opposed signify by saying no. The ayes have it. I hereby declare that William Delaney Wiseman is duly elected to the Medical University of South Carolina Board of Trustees for the term prescribed by law. Chairman Whitmire.
South Carolina State University, 1 at-large seat. The Commission found the following individuals qualified and nominated for trustee at large, seat 12, with a term to expire June 30th, 2028. Donald Beatty, Johnny Myron Sellers, Douglas M. Twitty. Johnny Myron Sellers has withdrawn. I hereby place in nomination Donald Beatty and Douglas M. Twitty. I move that nominations be closed and that we proceed to a vote.
Representative Hyatt, what purpose do you rise?
On this contested race and any others going forward.
Is there objection to the unanimous consent? Hearing no objection, the House will be allowed to vote on the board on this and any other contested races. We move to the vote. Representative Cromer.
I would like to recommit the slate to the College University. Mr. President, I would like to recommit this race to the College University Trustee Screening Commission. Reject it. Reject the slate.
Please restate your motion.
I would like to reject the slate and recommit it to the College and University Trustee Screening Commission.
Motion before us is the motion to reject the state. We have a motion to table the motion to reject.
Roll call.
Roll call has been. Okay. That is not subject to the tabling motion, so we'll be a straight up vote on the motion to recommit. That is not allowed for tabling. No. So the question would be to reject the slate. Okay, members of the Joint Assembly, be aware that the motion before us would be the motion by the representative from Anderson, Representative Cromer, to reject the slate. Roll call has been requested? No. Roll call has been requested. So the board, the House will be voting on the board. The motion is to reject want to ask for your attention, please. The motion is to reject the slate. That is the motion that's before us. Roll call has been requested and is ordered. The Senate will vote first. The reading clerk will call the roll of the Senate. Straight up vote on the motion to reject the slate. I want to ask that we have order so that the reading clerk can hear the votes of the Senate, please. I ask for your indulgence. Reading clerk will call the roll of the Senate. Have all senators voted? Have all members of the Senate wishing to cast your vote voted? Final call for senators. The Senate roll is closed. Now we'll have the vote of the House on the motion to reject the slate using the board. Have all members of the House wishing to record your vote recorded your vote? Have all members of the House recorded your vote? Final call. The polls will be closed and will be tabulated. Members of the Joint Assembly, by a vote of 19 to 132, the motion fails. We will proceed to the vote. The reading clerk of the Senate will call the roll of the Senate. The candidates are Donald Beatty and Douglas M. Twitty. The Senate will now vote. Reading clerk, call the roll.
Mr. Adams. Beatty. Mr. Alexander. Twitty. Mr. Allen. Not voting, Mr. Bennett. Beatty. Mr. Blackman. Twitty. Mr. Bright. Beatty. Mr. Campson. Beatty. Mr. Cash. Twitty. Mr. Chaplin. Beatty. Mr. Clymer. Twitty. Mr. Corbin. Mr. Corbin. Twitty. Mr. Cromer. Twitty. Mr. Davis. Not voting, Mrs. Devine. Beatty. Mr. Elliott. Beatty. Mr. Fernandez. Not voting, Mr. Gambrell. Twitty. Mr. Garrett. Twitty. Mr. Goldfinch. Not voting, Mr. Graham. Beatty. Mr. Grooms. Beatty. Mr. Hembry. Twitty. Mr. Hutto. Not voting, Mr. Jackson. Twitty. Mr. Johnson. Twitty. Mr. Kennedy has leave. Mr. Kimbrell. Not voting, Mr. Lieber. Mr. Lieber not voting, Mr. Martin. Beatty. Mr. Massey. Beatty. Mrs. Matthews. Beatty. Mr. Ott. Beatty. Mr. Peeler. Twitty. Mr. Rankin. Beatty. Mr. Rickenbaugh. Twitty. Mr. Rice. Twitty. Mr. Sabb. Beatty. Mr. Stubbs. Twitty. Mr. Sutton. Beatty. Mr. Tedder. Beatty. Mr. Turner. Twitty. Mr. Verdon. Twitty. Mr. Walker. Beatty. Mr. Williams. Twitty. Mr. Young. Twitty. Mr. Zell. Beatty.
Have all senators voted? Senator Allen votes Beatty. Beatty. Further members of the Senate wishing to record your vote? Further members of the Senate wishing to record your vote? Polls are closed for the Senate. Now, House members, all those in favor of voting for Donald Beatty, please vote now. Of all members of the House wishing to vote for Donald Beatty, cast your vote. Final call. The polls are closed, and the clerk will tabulate, please. All those in favor of Douglas M. Twitty, please vote now, House members. Of all members wishing to vote for Twitty of the House, cast your vote. Of all members wishing to record your vote for Douglas Twitty, done so. Final call. Those polls are closed, and the clerk will please tabulate. Members of the Joint Assembly, may I have your attention, please? Total number of senators voting was 39. Total number of House of Representatives voting were 111, for a grand total of 150, total 150. Necessary to the choice, 76, of which Donald Beatty received 86, of which Douglas Twitty received 64. I hereby declare that Donald Beatty is duly elected to the South Carolina State University Board of Trustees for the term prescribed by law. Chairman Whitmire.
Thank you, Mr. President. University of South Carolina, 4 judicial circuit seats. The commission found the following individual qualified and nominated for trustee from the 2nd Judicial Circuit with a term to expire June 30th, 2028. James Strom Thurman, Jr., Bernie Lee Sims, Jr. Bertie Lee Sims has withdrawn. I hereby place in nomination James Strom Thurman, Jr., and move that he be reelected by acclamation.
All those in favor signify by saying aye. All opposed signify by saying no. The ayes have it. I hereby declare that James Strom Thurman, Jr. is duly elected to the University of South Carolina Board of Trustees for the term prescribed by law. Chairman Whitmire.
Commission found the following individual qualified and nominated for trustee from the 4th Judicial Circuit with a term to expire June 30th, 2028. Richard Mark Benoit, J. Colin Hungerpiller, and Caroline W. Streeter. Caroline W. Streeter has withdrawn. I hereby place in nomination Richard Mark Benoit and J. Colin Hungerpiller. I move that nominations be closed and we proceed to a vote.
We will proceed to the vote. The reading clerk will call the roll of the Senate. The two candidates, Richard Mark Benoit and J. Colin Hungerpiller. Proceed to the vote.
Mr. Adams. Benoit. Mr. Alexander. Benoit. Mr. Allen. Benoit. Mr. Bennett. Benoit. Mr. Blackman. Benoit. Mr. Bright. Benoit. Mr. Campson. Benoit. Mr. Cash. Benoit. Mr. Chaplin. Hungerpiller. Mr. Clymer. Mr. Clymer. Not voting, Mr. Corbin. Benoit. Mr. Cromer. Benoit. Mr. Davis. Not voting, Mrs. Devine. Benoit. Mr. Elliott. Benoit. Mr. Fernandez. Not voting, Mr. Gambrell. Benoit. Mr. Garrett. Benoit. Mr. Goldfinch. Benoit. Mr. Graham. Benoit. Mr. Grooms. Benoit. Mr. Hembry. Benoit. Mr. Hutto. Not voting, Mr. Jackson. Benoit. Mr. Johnson. Benoit. Mr. Kennedy has leave. Mr. Kimbrell. Not voting, Mr. Lieber. Benoit. Mr. Martin. Benoit. Mr. Massey. Mr. Massey is present. Mrs. Matthews. Benoit. Mr. Ott. Benoit. Mr. Peeler. Benoit. Mr. Rankin. Benoit. Mr. Rickabaugh. Benoit. Mr. Rice. Benoit. Mr. Sad. Benoit. Mr. Stubbs. Benoit. Mr. Sutton. Benoit. Mr. Tedder. Benoit. Mr. Turner. Benoit. Mr. Verdon. Benoit. Mr. Walker. Benoit. Mr. Williams. Benoit. Mr. Young. Benoit. Mr. Zell. Benoit.
Have all senators recorded your vote? Senator Clymer votes Benoit. Further members of the Senate wishing to record your vote? Final call. The polls are closed for the Senate. We now move to the House of Representatives. All those in favor of voting for Richard Mark Benoit, please vote now. Of all members of the House of Representatives wishing to record your vote, done so for Mr. Benoit. The polls, final call, House members. Polls are closed. All those wishing in favor of J. Colin Hungerpiller, please vote now. Have all members wishing to record your vote for Mr. Hungerpiller done so? All members. Final call. The polls are closed. The clerk will please tabulate. May I have the attention of the Joint Assembly? Thank you. May I have your attention? Total number of senators voting, 40. Total number of representatives voting, 116. Grand total of 156. Necessary to a choice is 79, of which Mr. Benoit received 153, of which Colin Hungerpiller received 3. I hereby declare that Richard Mark Benoit is duly elected to the University of South Carolina Board of Trustees for the term prescribed by law. Chairman Whitmire.
Thank you, Mr. President. The commission found the following individual qualified and nominated for trustee from the 12th Judicial Circuit with a term to expire June 30th, 2026. Coleman Floyd Buckhouse. I hereby place in nomination Coleman Floyd Buckhouse and move that she be reelected by acclamation.
All those in favor signify by saying aye. All opposed signify by saying no. The ayes have it. I hereby declare that Coleman Floyd Buckhouse is duly elected to the University of South Carolina Board of Trustees for the term prescribed by law. Chairman Whitmire.
Mr. President, the commission found the following individuals qualified and nominated with a term to expire June 30th, 2028. Frederick Shipman Johnston, Michelle Kirscher Plyler, Anthony Holland Pope, Kellen Fortson Webster. Kellen Fortson Webster has withdrawn. So I hereby place in nomination Frederick Shipman Johnston, Michelle Kirshner Plyler, and Anthony Holland Pope, and move that the nominations be closed and we proceed to a vote.
The reading clerk of the Senate will call the roll of the Senate. The candidates are Frederick Shipman Johnston, Michelle Kirshner Plyler, Anthony Holland Pope. Please be, the General Assembly, please be in order so that the reading clerk can hear from members of the Senate. Reading clerk, call the roll.
Mr. Adams. Plyler. Excuse me. Mr. Adams' vote is for Pope. Mr. Alexander. Pope. Mr. Allen. Pope. Mr. Bennett. Pope. Mr. Blackman. Pope. Mr. Bright. Pope. Mr. Campson abstains. Mr. Cash. Pope. Mr. Chaplain Johnston. Mr. Clemmer. Pope. Mr. Corbin. Mr. Corbin is present. Mr. Cromer. Pope. Mr. Davis. Not voting, Mrs. Devine. Pope. Mr. Elliott. Pope. Mr. Fernandez. Not voting, Mr. Gambrell. Pope. Mr. Garrett. Johnson. Mr. Goldfinch. Johnson. Mr. Graham. Pope. Mr. Grooms. Pope. Mr. Hembry. Johnson. Mr. Hutto. Not voting, Mr. Jackson. Pope. Mr. Johnson. Pope. Mr. Kennedy has leave. Mr. Kimbrell. Mr. Kimbrell not voting. Mr. Lieber. Pope. Mr. Martin. Pope. Mr. Massey. Pope. Mrs. Matthews. Pope. Mr. Ott. Pope. Mr. Peeler. Johnson. Mr. Rankin. Pope. Mr. Rickema. Johnson. Mr. Rice. Pope. Mr. Sabb. Pope. Mr. Stubbs. Mr. Stubbs. Not voting, Mr. Sutton. Pope. Mr. Tedder. Pope. Mr. Turner. Pope. Mr. Verdon. Pope. Mr. Walker. Pope. Mr. Williams. Johnson. Mr. Young. Pope. Mr. Zell. Pope.
Have all senators recorded your vote? Senator Clymer votes Johnston. Clymer votes Johnston. Senator Stubbs votes Johnston. Senator Stubbs, Johnston. Further members of the Senate wishing to record your vote? Further members? Last call. Polls are closed for the Senate. We'll now proceed to the House of Representatives. To cast your vote, we have 3 candidates. I will remind you would vote for one and only one of the 3 candidates. First will be Frederick Shipman Johnston. Please cast your vote now if you want to cast your vote for Johnston. Have all members of the House wishing to vote for Frederick Johnston done so? Have all members of the House wishing to record your vote done so? Final call. Polls are closed on Frederick Johnston. We'll proceed to Michelle Kushner-Plowler. The polls are open. All those wishing to record your vote for her would please cast your vote in the House now. Of all members wishing to record your vote for Ms. Plowler? Final call. Polls are closed on Ms. Plowler. We now proceed to Anthony Holland Pope. All those House members wishing to record your vote for Anthony Holland Pope, please do so at this time. Have all those wishing to record your vote for Anthony Pope done so in the House? Last call for Anthony Pope. Final call. Polls are closed. The clerk will tabulate. May I have your attention, please? Total number of senators voting was 39. Total number of representatives voting was 111. Gives us a grand total of 150, of which 76 is necessary to a choice, of which Frederick Johnston received 82, Michelle Plowler 0, and Anthony Pope received 68. I hereby declare that Frederick Shipman Johnson is duly elected to the University of South Carolina Board of Trustees for the term prescribed by law. Chairman Whitmire. Please provide some order. We've been doing good. We're about to wrap up. I would insist that the Joint Assembly come to order. Commission Chairman Whitmire.
Thank you, Mr. President. Winthrop University, 1 congressional district seat and 1 at-large seat. The commission found the following individual qualified and nominated for trustee from the 7th Congressional District, seat 7, with a term to expire June 30th, 2030. Allison Jean Hamilton. I hereby place in nomination Allison Jean Hamilton and move that she be elected by acclamation.
All those in favor say aye. All opposed say no. The ayes have it. I hereby declare that Allison Jean Hamilton is duly elected to the Winthrop University Board of Trustees for the term prescribed by law. Chairman Whitmire.
Mr. President, the commission found the following individuals qualified and nominated for trustee at large, seat 10, with a term to expire June 30th, 2027. Jean Albert, Timothy O'Reilly. Both candidates have withdrawn. The seat will remain vacant.
Thank you for that information. The Joint Assembly is so informed. We now proceed to the next. Chairman Whitmire.
Mr. President, Will Gray Opportunity School, 2 at-large seats. The commission found the following individuals qualified and nominated for trustee at-large seats with a term to expire June 30th, 2027. Dan Austin Dobson, Jackie Chitty Drake. I hereby place in nomination Dan Austin Dobson and Jackie Chitty Drake and move that they be elected by acclamation.
All those in favor, please signify by saying aye. All opposed, signify by saying no. The ayes have it. I hereby declare that Dan Austin Dobson and Jackie Chitty Drake are duly elected to the Will Lou Gray Opportunity School Board of Trustees for the term prescribed by law. Commission Chairman Whitmire.
Mr. President, this concludes the election of boards of trustee members at this time.
Thank you, Chairman, and thank each and every one of you at the Joint Assembly today for your attention and assistance with today. The purpose of the Joint Assembly is now completed. Senator from Williamsburg, Senator Sabb, what purpose do you rise? State your inquiry. Turn his microphone on.
Mr. President, parliamentary inquiry.
State your inquiry.
Originally, we were told we'd be back in session at 2. Just curious as to whether or not the president has any instruction for us in that regard.
Yeah, I'm informed. Let's go for 2:45.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Members of the Senate be so informed. Thank you for your inquiry. The purposes of this Joint Assembly is now completed. I hereby declare it Adjourn.
All right, members and guests, please rise as the Honorable Senate exits the House chamber. And members, y'all need to stay here. We're going to get to work. We're not going to lunch, so do not leave the chambers if you want to be heard. Want to be here. Members, for y'all who are still here, the Senate, I think, has departed the chamber. We are going back into session, so we're on the calendar. So we got 2 Senate amendments, and then we will be able to adjourn for the day, is my understanding. Maybe that's all right, members. All right, we're on page 26, Senate Amendments, House Bill 4756. Clerk will read.
Senate amendments to House Bill 47. Thank you, Juanita.
All right, Mr. Travis Moore is recognized to explain what the Senate amendments are. Mr. Moore.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Senate returned to H 4756, the South Carolina Student Privacy Act, with an amendment clarifying the accommodations language and making other slight technical changes, but the bill's core purpose remains unchanged. I would ask that the body concur with the Senate's amendments. H 4756.
This is. Question is, shall the House concur with H 4756? Mr. Moore requested to concur. Vote green to concur, red to non-concur. Roll call is required. Voting on the board is ordered. All members wishing to vote voted.
Sorry.
All members wishing to vote voted. Any objection? Closing roll call. Any objection? Time has expired. Clerk, close polls, tabulate. Vote of 7731. House concurs with the Senate on 4756. Clerk will read.
The next Senate amendment, there are no amendments, and it's 3557.
Ms. Jordan is recognized to explain 3557 Senate amendments.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, if you remember 3557, it's an election bill. It overwhelmingly passed the House. This would have been last March. Does a few things. It clarifies the timing for candidates to file. Also, it allows for political parties to charge a certification fee. The major changes are slight, but they come from the Senate by way of Senate 38. The Senate tried to solve a couple other issues. Specifically, this helps Charleston County School Board from having a 3-week election period. So, Mr. Speaker, I would move that we concur with the Senate amendment.
Question is, shall the House concur in the Senate amendments on House Bill 3557? Mr. Jordan requests that we do. Vote green to concur, red to non-concur. Roll call is required. Voting on the board's ordered. Ms. J.A. Moore. Time has expired. Clerk, close polls, tabulate. Vote of 85-22. House concurs in Senate amendments on 3557. Mr. Brewer, you have an announcement? Yes, sir. Mr. Brewer is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Just want to remind everybody that this evening at Parker Poe, the South Carolina Legislative Sportsman Caucus will have a reception. Please come by for some food and drink. Smokey D's Barbecue will be there, and it'll be a great event. Please stop by and see everybody, 5:30 to 7:30.
Yes, sir. Mr. Weeks, you have something? Mr. Weeks, recognized.
I'm reminding you today that today, April 15th, is the last day of the grace period for you to be filing your quarterly 2026 campaign disclosure report. As of today, there are still 12 members who have not filed yet. I want you to know that fines will start accumulating at 12:01 tonight. So make sure that you get your report in, and if any questions about your report, contact a member of the House Ethics Committee. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Mitchell, for what purpose do you rise? Let's have some order, please. Mr. Mitchell.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today to ask that we adjourn in memory of the Reverend Charles Hayward McClendon, Sr. of Hartsville. Reverend McClendon was the owner and operator of McClendon Superite in the Kellytown community for 28 years. Following his years in business, he was the minister for the Hartsville Advent Christian Church for 11 years. And then after retirement from that, he continued to serve faithfully as an associate at Norton's Funeral Home. Reverend McClendon passed away back on February the 10th of 2026, and we remember his wife, Miss Barbara, and the rest of his family in our prayers. I'd ask that these words be added to the journal and that we stand in a moment of silence.
Mr. Mitchell asks that when we adjourn today, we adjourn in memory of Reverend Charles McClendon of Hartsville. He's asked that his words be added to the journal if he'll provide a copy to staff. He's also asked for a moment of silence in memory of Charles McClendon and lifting up the McClendon family. If we'd rise for a moment of silence, please. Amen. Anything further? Hearing nothing further, Ms. Cobb Hunter does now move that we adjourn. All in favor say aye. All opposed? House is adjourned till 10 a.m. tomorrow.
My grandmother was diabetic, and I had an uncle who had severe diabetes. So I didn't want to be like them.
I'm very active, so I never thought that it would be me. I could remember being pre-diabetic and saying, oh, okay, it'll go away.
Being a compliant patient was not my thing for many, many years.
When you fall and you break your leg and then it causes you to have an amputation, you'll learn very quickly that you should have done something different.
When we were growing up, Grandma had a touch of sugar. They don't tell you that not only will diabetes kill your kidneys, it can take you from the best top health to the worst.
There is a diabetes crisis in South Carolina. Diabetes is the 7th leading cause of death and costs the state $6.4 billion a year. 1 out of 6 adult South Carolinians has the disease. 1 in 3 has prediabetes, which means that nearly half of the state's adult population has a problem with their blood sugar.
As we eat, food breaks down to sugar.
the body's pancreas produces insulin, which is a hormone that takes the sugar from the bloodstream and pulls it into the body's cells to give us energy. But when you have diabetes, you have a problem either with type 1 diabetes not making the insulin, or with type 2 diabetes not making enough insulin. You have more sugar floating around in the blood, and that's what causes the problems that we see from diabetes.
Eye disease, kidney disease, damage to the nerves in the legs, damage to the blood vessels throughout the body, causing strokes and heart attacks and amputations. All of those things are to a large extent driven by chronically elevated sugar levels.
In the late 90s, my internist and I were arguing with each other because she was saying, "Ms. Brown, you're pre-diabetic." And I'm saying, "No, I'm not." This went on for about 1.5 years until finally, early in 2000, she says, "Ms. Brown, your numbers are inching up and we're going to have to give you medication." I did not want the medication because I knew the diagnosis of diabetes was a life sentence. But my doctor explained to me some of the things I needed to do, what the medication would do, how I needed to take it, and I tried to cope with it.
I like to have a little mayo on mine. How about you?
You know I love mayonnaise.
Well,
Black people, African Americans, and Native Americans in this country are more susceptible to developing high blood sugar if other circumstances are not favorable.
Attack, that's the word I want, attack. I was at the age of 40, about 10 years ago. I found out I was borderline diabetic. And I ended up getting tested and my sugars were high. I didn't really have insurance, so I didn't go to the doctor as needed. I was very lackadaisical in the beginning. My mother and father were diabetic, and I wasn't really following it or looking into it, but once I found out, it was very disturbing. I then started walking and drinking water, but it didn't help as much as I thought it would because I didn't change my eating habits. Once I did my aunt's eulogy, my uncle's eulogy. I actually spoke over their body, and to see them die with diabetes and COPD, it was scary for me. And I had to make a conscious decision to do better, or I wouldn't be here.
One of the main pieces of diabetes education is to help the patient change their behavior, really to change their lifestyle. These are not changes we want only just a week or two or a few months, even a year. This is a lifestyle change for the rest of their life because they're going to have diabetes for the rest of their life. So even if they get their diabetes controlled, they still need to keep in mind all of the lifestyle changes that we speak about.
I learned that I was diabetic when I was about 35 years old. It's kind of strange how I found out. My mother had been kind of locked in her room for 3 days. So we took her to the doctor to find out what was wrong. You know, of course, he's asking her questions, things like, you know, are you thirsty a lot? And she'd say yes, and I'd think, yeah, me too. He'd say, do you go to the bathroom a lot? And I'd say, yeah, me too. So pretty much everything he was asking her, I realized that I had the same symptoms. He went ahead and checked me for diabetes, checked my blood sugar at that time. My mother's was 200 and mine was 300. So she was nearly passed out at 200 and I was walking around at 300, but yes, we both had diabetes.
Until you're really bad off, you know, your sugar's so high that your vision gets blurred or you have a fruity fragrance in your breath, you may not know you're diabetic. You develop hardening of the arteries. The further you go away from the heart, the smaller the vessels get. And the furthest part from the heart, feet. A lot of things that predispose you to getting an infection, and first thing you know, the only realistic thing to do would be to amputate.
I had been watching my blood sugar and monitoring. It was always a little high, 170 sometimes, maybe get up to 200 every now and again. All right, well, I traveled overseas and put in computer systems, and we were leaving the site and I fell. I thought, wow, I must have sprained my ankle. I went to see the doctor. He said, well, don't see anything on the x-ray. Let's just have you wear a boot and have you stay off of it for a while. 60 days came and I said, look, doc, it still hurts a lot. He said, okay, let's get an MRI. And he called me back in. He said, we found out it's broken. He says, the bone has died. We can't save it. He said, but we're going to try some new things and we'll see what we can do. I went online and I did my research, and we have all the data that shows that there's only a 25% chance of recovery. I knew what had to be done. I cried for 2 days. To add insult to injury here, my mother was living with me and she was in the hospital and she died 3 days before I had my amputation. I went into severe depression, severe.
Mental health is a real thing. People who have amputations are affected by their mobility, the way that they see themselves, their level of independence, being able to drive, being able to participate in sports activities with their children. It's a really big change. It's like losing, of course, a part of yourself.
Probably 70% of my patients are diabetic. We're finding some younger people are having amputations from diabetic complications in their late 30s, 40s. I've actually seen a rise with the diabetes. I love actually helping my patients get up and gain their independence again, actually being able to help themselves at that stage.
There's gestational diabetes, which is diabetes that develops during a pregnancy, but goes away after the pregnancy. The problem is that often women get pregnant and they don't know that they have diabetes when they get pregnant, so then it becomes hard to distinguish gestational diabetes from diabetes that was present before the pregnancy.
In 1980, I became pregnant. They said I had gestational diabetes, and the doctor said, watch what you eat, you're fine. It's normal sometimes with pregnant women. I lost the baby. I got pregnant again. At that point, I was like told, hey, you're pre-diabetic, watch what you eat. And I'm like, you know what? I'm not going to. I wouldn't listen to him. And in 2013, I went to work. All of a sudden, I got hit with body aches, fever, chills. I'm sitting up there going, what's going on here? Didn't know I was septic. Went to the doctors and he was like, hey, he said, that foot's got gangrene in it. He says, you got a choice. He says, you either let me have your foot. He says, and I'll have you up and walking in 6 months. Or he says, I can let you go home and you tell all your family goodbye. I looked at him, I said, no, sir. I said, this is just my earthly body. This is not my heavenly body. I said, you can have the foot. I deal with having to do dialysis now, not knowing that the diabetes would impact the kidneys.
Dialysis treatment is a process of cleaning the blood of the toxins because your kidneys aren't working properly, and so there's no way to clear all of that from your system.
If you do have diabetes and you end up on dialysis, then that's a permanent condition. So they have to commit their lives to either coming into the center 3 times a week or doing their treatment at home every night.
There is a place in South Carolina where risk factors have come together to create a perfect storm of diabetes. 29203 is a large zip code in Columbia, South Carolina's capital city. It consists of a myriad of diverse communities, some large, some small. 29203 has a majority African American population. 30% of the residents of the area live in poverty, and it is deemed a food desert for its shortage of grocery stores. Many of the people here have diabetes, leading to a plethora of dialysis centers and one of the highest rates of diabetic amputation in the country.
The fact that 29203 achieved regional, if not national, prominence is that we are, in our state, near the bottom of the nation in the state rankings, and therefore the worst zip codes in South Carolina are likely to be some of the worst in the nation. The social determinants of health are social factors that determine risk for health and health outcomes. So there's racial disparities, there's racial discrimination, there's discrimination according to income, according to where you live.
We, in 29203, we really have a pronounced food desert. You know, it's just not easy sometimes to get to the grocery store. And the vegetables are always more expensive than the processed food. Also, mamas are working and daddies are working longer hours. People aren't having time to cook nutritious meal, so you're picking up food and bringing it home. And all of that's processed. That processed food is killing us.
I've lived in 29203 my whole life. The idea of the mobile food market came up no later than 2017, which allowed us to address food insecurity. But for the federal dollars that we got for COVID, I don't know if we would have been able to implement that program. We've tried different locations because we wanted to be successful and sustainable. In every neighborhood, particularly neighborhoods that haven't had a lot of investment, additional resources is what we need. Typically, a lot of programs, we may give them 2 or 3 years, but they don't have the sustainability because they don't have the funding. If we had more resources, I think we could definitely change the outcomes that we're having in our communities.
Your Dollar Store is a community-based grocery store that's providing a means of fresh produce and grocery items that's in an area considered a food desert, I should say. The neighbors here in this community, they love the store being here. To be able to come to a store that's in walking distance and get some fresh produce was a win-win for them, because now they don't have to catch a bus, which is money spent, or you got to catch a cab or Uber, which is money spent. If they spend at least $5 off their EBT or SNAP card, they'll then get $15 in fresh produce. I want to say thank you to Dr. Humphrey at Prisma, because he said we got a plan here. We want to use your store as a hub to provide a voucher program to send our diabetics here. So instead of going to a fast food restaurant, instead of going to get a bag of chips per se, they can come get an apple, or orange, or pineapple, strawberries, squash, cabbage, and so forth on.
In 1980, my goal was to see the black man live to age 65, because they were dying before 65.
Here in Columbia, there's a 10 or more year difference in life expectancy according to what zip code you live in.
The healthcare system isn't currently set up for providing care for people without money. It's always good to have insurance and some money, the reality.
It's a big issue for us right now in dialysis is affordability, and it really just is health insurance. So you have your different groups of persons with insurance. You have your people who are working, who are employed. You have your retired population. They generally have their Medicare. They typically will always have a secondary. And then you have your group of persons who come in and they only have Medicaid. Medicaid is limited in what they pay for, and you can't use it outside of South Carolina. But I will say that when people come from other states to South Carolina and they compare the Medicaid in New York or California or even North Carolina, they typically go back.
Accepting Medicaid expansion is, to me, a no-brainer. It would support care for about 350,000 people in South Carolina who have very inadequate care right now.
Because South Carolina did not expand Medicaid, we still have a large portion of individuals in our state who are uninsured. And that is where we as Cooperative Health can help support individuals who don't have insurance.
Cooperative Health, we try and provide compassionate health care, respectable health care in the spirit of the Good Samaritan. And especially with pediatrics, we have our Eau Claire High School, which is essentially across the street from our Eau Claire Neighborhood Health Center. And so being able to provide accessible, excellent health care to the children in the community to try and help them establish themselves for a great future is an important part that we provide. We've been in the 29203 zip code since 1981. There still is a desert in some respect as it relates to healthcare services. And as a community health center, not only can we take the traditional insurance, Medicare and Medicaid, but we also have a sliding fee for our patients that are uninsured. So it has been our hope that we can be able to help our patients wherever they are to maximize their health status. Diabetes is really challenging. We have maybe about 25,000 adult patients that we take care of, and about 5,000 have a diagnosis of diabetes. Starting in January 2023, we onboarded our virtual diabetes program, and it has been a smashing success.
Hello, pharmacy.
Our goal was to be able to bring everything together, that our clinician is in sync with our pharmacy, our clinician's in sync with our behavioral medicine support, is in sync with our diabetes education, and they're a team that's able to work together as a unit.
Today we're just going to talk a little bit about sugar in our drinks and how much sugar is in some of the drinks that you might be consuming, because I love my job as a diabetes educator. It's very patient-centered and trying to help them figure out how does this apply to their life, and really just seeing the patients do the work.
You might have somebody who's drinking 6 sodas a day and they're not willing to give up that habit.
It's going to be a little adjustment.
Also helping them to make these changes in small steps so that it's more easily done, and then they can kind of see the impact of it, realize how much better they're going to feel if they start cutting these sodas out. Their blood sugar start to improve, and I think then a lot of times it kind of falls in place from there.
Hey!
Welcome, good to see you.
Miss Knight, she always left me in charge of my body. And so I always felt like we were kind of hooked together in my pursuit of wellness. These people were like my team. They were like my friends. They really showed that they cared about how I was doing. So I had a kind of support that I had never had before. And that made a big difference in me being able to finally, after 35 years, get my blood sugar under control.
I talk to the youngsters all the time about their lifestyle because they want to eat the Twinkies, they want to drink the sodas, and with playing football, you can't do all of that because you get cramps, you get tired quicker. So I speak about it every day to them. Some of them know I have diabetes and some of them don't, but I do wear my patch, my insulin pen, so sometimes they ask. And sometimes I'll volunteer and let them know, you don't want to get one of these.
So, you know what's going to be important, your first step, right?
People under the age of 20, within the next 40 years, their rates of diabetes are expected to go up by 700%. So, and that's not just in 29203, that's just a national statistic. Diabetes is preventable, but you have to catch it either in the pre-diabetes stage or before the person, gets diagnosed.
New agents, they're called GLP-1 agonists, have the capacity to address some of the fundamental drivers of type 2 diabetes and obesity. There's all kinds of problems with expense issues, coverage issues, but those will change with time, and I think these are a revolution. Diabetes Free SC began 4 years ago. Blue Cross executive walks into my office, says, we want to deploy our foundation monies, not all of them, but a significant amount. And I became involved with it and became the medical director because I thought it was such an extraordinary, surprising, visionary thing. So in our work, we're really trying to knit people together. We're trying to break down silos. Patients need coordinated, intercommunicative, team-based care. We have the potential to be a leader in the nation, to show how things can be done, to win the fight against diabetes in South Carolina.
I wanted to do something where I could get around and do things. I thought about a golf cart, but I thought, I was a farmer when I was young. I think I want to do some more farming again. So I bought a tractor, and that has been one of the best things I've ever done. It's just, that almost defines who I am now. I'm just a little guy on the tractor, and my wife says, oh God, here he comes to that tractor again. He's probably gonna dig another hole and fill it back in. Well, at least it's something I can do, So I'm happy.
Your blood sugar is beautiful.
When your blood sugar is up, it can change your mental state. And one of the things that I have wrestled with for many years is depression. And I have found, since my blood sugar is on key now, on level, that I'm not as depressed as I had been before, which is a miracle for me because I've spent so much of my life in that state.
Would you like a little ice in it?
Very little.
Justine is my sister-in-law. We plan meals together, we do family dinners, we consider ourselves the matriarchs of the family now, and we're trying to set the example for the younger ones to follow. The family members have a propensity for gaining weight. The family members have a propensity for being diabetic.
We do eat a lot of meals together, so we try to make them as healthy and as satisfying as possible, realizing that our health is important.
Cheers to you.
And cheers to you.
That's good.
It's a big subject because no one really cares. I don't think they care or really see what it can do. I'm grateful. I'm thankful that I took control of my health, and I'm still working on it. It's a challenging situation to be able to check your sugars every day and to take your insulin every day, and I'm just happy to have the chance to get it right.
Here we go.
I had to learn how to communicate. I had to learn to communicate with others so that they could communicate with me. I've been looking for something to do and some place to go. I don't forget that I'm diabetic. I don't forget that I wear a prosthesis. I don't forget that I am on dialysis. No woe is me. Yay, it's me. I learned how to live again. And it may be minus a few things, but I'm living.
Bingo.
I once was lost more than
Live your life within the moment. And don't go wait until the morning. You never know when it is over. All that I know is we'll get older. So let us dance this night away. And we'll dance the night away.
Hi, I'm Brittany Brackett, and welcome to Backroad Bites. I'm here with Captain Dave of the Carolina Marine Group. We're about to take a fantastic voyage on the intercoastal waterways here in Charleston, and we're going to check out some of the best kept food secrets and seafood in the state. First, let's take a drive up Highway 17. After you pass through Mount Pleasant and enter the Francis Marion National Forest, sits a blue building with a bright red roof. That building is a former general store. It's Sewee Restaurant. On this episode of Backroad Bites, we see why when people make the trip out to Sewee, it's like coming home for Sunday dinner.
A lot of people couldn't find it because you always have to go just a little farther than you think it would be. Sewee Restaurant is located on Highway 17 North, heading out of Mount Pleasant. The history of this building is over 100 years old. It was built back in 1920. In 1960, Mary Raincourt, who owns the building now, bought this country store, and they continued to run it as a country store to about 1993, where she took over it and decided that she was going to run it as a restaurant. I started at Sewee Restaurant 21 years ago. I came here part-time, and then Mary sat me down one day and said, I want you to run my restaurant. With Mary's recipes, they're what you expect when you walk into a restaurant like this and you want home cooking, something that your mother made, something that you expect on a Sunday dinner. The community has supported this restaurant for years. They have always, since we were considered so far out in the country, it was the locals. And Mary always took care of the local people. She supported the oysters, the shrimpers, you know, the guy collecting the crabs in the morning. And we have never been in a restaurant that advertised. We were a word of mouth restaurant. And there was many days that, you know, we were wondering if we were gonna make it. But then there were many days we were wondering how the heck we were gonna make it because there were people lined out the door. South Carolina was one dish. It would be our pan-fried grouper with our garlic shrimp. We pan-fry it, lightly bread it, and then we saute the shrimp and the drippings and add a lot of garlic, a lot of lemon, a lot of wine, and we serve it over a fresh bed of spinach. The spinach wilts down into the sauce, and it's just a great combination. I have it on the menu every night. Sewee Restaurant is a family restaurant, and you feel that when you walk in. You feel that you are coming into like your own home because people know that when they walk in the door, that the waitress will know their name, that when I walk out of the kitchen, I'm going to shake their hand and talk to them. I'm going to ask them how their dinner was. When you come here, you feel like you're home.
We're here once again with Captain Dave of Carolina Marine Group. Captain Dave, how awesome is your job and where have you brought us to?
It's okay, it's good most of the times, and we have ended up in Shem Creek, which is over in Mount Pleasant. It's a little tiny area of Mount Pleasant. It's this tiny little creek, and we've got restaurants and bars on both sides. We have our shrimp fleet down at the end, right when you come in. We have a town dock that you can walk up and down and do some crabbing off of. There's dolphins down here. A lot of stuff going on down in Shem Creek. It's really one of the jewels of the Charleston area for eating on the water.
Nice. Well, talking about eating on the water, obviously Back Road Bites, that's what we're all about. What else can you do out here on the water? You mentioned dolphins.
We do a lot of tours here in Charleston. So our company does dolphin tours, scenic tours, intercoastal tours. We do a lot of bachelorette parties and a lot of engagements and things like that. So those are fun. We also do bachelor parties. We don't discriminate. So, you know, we do get some of those as well. But we have a lot of fun on the weekends and during the week. We've got 3 different boats that we utilize. The one that we're on now can carry up to 18 people. Hatteras is a little bit more smaller, more intimate groups, and we do a lot of our engagements on those. So if you guys are looking for something neat to do for proposing, we are 100% on the yes category. Now, I don't know what happens after they leave because, you know, they got a boat tour and everything. So they're obligated to say yes, maybe. But we know for a fact that we're 100% on that. So that's a great thing to do. Beautiful sunsets here in Charleston. Some of the best sunsets ever here in Charleston, South Carolina. So.
Amazing. How long have you been working with Carolina Marine Group?
About 10 years.
Nice. How have you seen Charleston evolve in 10 years?
It has grown exponentially. So, you know, all of the smaller areas have grown, downtown's grown. Hundreds and hundreds of people are moving in on a weekly, monthly basis. So it has ballooned. And, you know, this is one of those areas that people come to find that Charleston charm, and that we're trying to still, you know, as with every city that grows, try and balance that out between the growth and why people are coming there in the first place. And so this is one of those areas that allows us to kind of do that. So,
Captain Dave, what is the best part of your job?
This. Taking you people out, showing you guys around, having the experience that, you know, I get every day, and seeing the fun and the excitement on your faces. And, you know, I kind of look at the same thing every day, but it's my clients that come on board that we have a great time with, that we can show them around and give them a great time here in Charleston while they're here.
Well, you're a great host.
Thank you.
We're looking forward to seeing more with you. Thanks for having us.
We love to have you guys down.
Next, we venture inland, down a long country road to the edge of the Santee Cooper. There, you'll find Black's Fish Camp. This off-the-beaten-path eatery is quickly becoming a region favorite to the hungry passerby and anglers alike.
What is a fish camp? A fish camp is somewhere you can go and spend the night, be it in your camper or in a room or a cabin, and just bring your friends, bring your family, wake up each morning, your boat's right there in front of your cabin. Fish camp is just a good place to relax and go fishing and not worry about the cares of everyday life. I'm Kevin Davis, co-owner of Black's Camp in Cross, South Carolina on the Santee Cooper Lakes. Black's Camp has been here since 1951. It was one of the first fish camps to be built on the Santee Cooper Lakes. It was started by the Blackman family. Here at Black's Camp we have cabins for rent, apartments, hotel rooms, full service restaurant, live bait, fishing tackle, gasoline, oil, everything you need to go fishing. Here at the restaurant in Black's Camp, you can get a really good home-cooked meal. Nothing's pre-prepared, everything's cooked to order, and really good ground beef for the cheeseburgers, fresh seafood, fresh salads, but everything's cooked to order. If South Carolina were one dish, I know my favorite meal here at Black's Camp, and I've eaten many meals here. My favorite meal is a catfish sandwich with a cup of catfish stew. Catfish stew is like a fish soup with a lot of fat back in it, so the pork is what makes it taste really good. But then we take the belly meat from a catfish, which is not good to fry, but is really good in catfish stew because it breaks down, it just breaks down a whole lot more than the filet would. But catfish stew has got the belly meat from the catfish, potatoes, ketchup, onions. I don't know how to describe it other than to say it's delicious. Here in the restaurant, we have a lot of local people, regulars, that come just about every day to eat, but then the majority of our business is from out of town. These lakes are so famous, we've had people from California to Florida to Maine. We've had some from China, Japan. They're really well-known reservoirs, and people come from all over the place to go fishing here and to eat here. The Santee Cooper Lakes are man-made lakes. They were dammed up and flooded in the early 40s, right after the Japanese bombed Pearl Harbor. They are excellent fisheries, one of the best in the nation, because there's so many different types of fish habitat. You got rocks, stumps, drop-offs, dikes, deep water, shallow water, sharp drop-offs. So really just a fisherman's paradise. Not much development on the Santee Cooper Lakes, and to me that's what makes these lakes so special. Very rural, a lot of, thousands of acres of woods, and the hunting is very good too. But just a real laid-back rural area, and when you come to one of these fish camps, it's almost like you're stepping back into the 50s or 60s because it's just so relaxed and people aren't in a rush. And that's what I love about this area.
Now, who would have thought you could find authentic Gullah cuisine by way of New York in the small town of Manning, South Carolina? Well, we found just that at Gullah Gullah Fish and Seafood. The dynamic team of a mom and two sons returned south from the bustling city to bring their unique style of cooking to this small town.
A lot of people, when they come in, they feel like it's a wholesome environment. They feel like family when they come in. It's like when they come in, they feel like it's their mother and their aunt also, so just them coming in and seeing them puts a smile on their face and knowing they're getting good food at the same time, that's a big part of it.
Manning is beautiful. It's a quiet place, and the people are very friendly. Well, this is originally my home, and I left in 1965. I moved to New York and retired and relocated back home after being in New York for about 40 years.
I was born and raised in New York, but my mother's from here, so I decided to come with my little New York twist with her South Carolina roots and stuff like that. And that's how it came to fruition. Like growing up, we came down every summer as a kid. And I said, they don't really have a good soul food, seafood place. And when I said, we're gonna open one, let's do it with me and my brother. We decided to, travel like the coast, like Beaufort, like she said, and look at some of the places along the Gullah traditional area. And that's when we decided to open one down here. Well, they love our crab legs. We do our crab legs a little different. We do it like the old school steam pot, like my grandmother used to do. And a lot of the restaurants now, they do it like in a bag, steam bag. And it sort of sogs down the crab legs, but we do it where it keeps the meat nice and plump. So it's a difference. When people try it, they always say, there's a difference with your crab legs. And our garlic butter is something me and my brother came up with after making mistakes and going back and forth. And we found like a good consistency on the garlic butter where everybody loves.
My favorite dish, we do the Gullah rice. My Gullah rice really consists of jerk chicken, shrimp.
Senate, please come to order. Senator Cherokee, what purpose do you rise?
And everyone they love it. And I do the seafood mac and cheese. And then I do
granted.
My cold.
Ring the bell. Reading clerk will call the roll of the Senate to record your presence.
Mr. Adams, present. Mr. Alexander, present. Mr. Allen is present. Mr. Bennett, present. Mr. Blackman. Mr. Blackman is present. Mr. Bright is present. Mr. Campson is present. Mr. Cash is present. Mr. Chaplin is present. Mr. Clymer. Absent. Mr. Corbin. Mr. Corbin is present. Mr. Cromer, present. Mr. Davis, present. Mrs. Devine, absent. Mr. Elliott, absent. Mr. Fernandez is present. Mr. Gambrill, absent. Mr. Garrett. Mr. Garrett is present. Mr. Goldfinch, absent. Mr. Graham. Mr. Graham is present. Mr. Grooms, present. Mr. Hembry, present. Mr. Hutto, absent. Mr. Jackson, absent. Mr. Johnson, present. Mr. Kennedy has leave. Mr. Kimbrell, absent. Mr. Lieber, absent. Mr. Martin. Mr. Martin is present. Mr. Massey, present. Mrs. Matthews, absent. Mr. Ott. Mr. Ott is present. Mr. Peeler, present. Mr. Rankin, absent. Mr. Rickabaugh is present. Mr. Rice is present. Mr. Sabb, absent. Mr. Stubbs is present. Mr. Sutton is present. Mr. Tedder, absent. Mr. Turner is present. Mr. Verdon, absent. Mr. Walker, absent. Mr. Williams. Mr. Williams is present. Mr. Young. Mr. Young is present. Mr. Zell is present.
Have all senators recorded your presence. Senator Verdon is present. Senator Clymer is present. Senator from Spartanburg, Senator Bright, what purpose do you ask?
Unanimous consent request.
State your request, sir.
Leave for Senator Kennedy, Senator from Lexington, for the day.
Senator, yeah. Without objection. His leave will be granted for today and tomorrow. Further members wishing to record your vote, your presence. Senator Rankin is present. Final call of all members. Senator Goldfinch is present. Senator Elliott is present. Senator Gambrill is present. Final call. Yeah, we got Senator Elliott's present. Polls are closed. The clerk will tabulate. We have 35 members of the Senate present. A quorum is present. Are there any petitions, memorials, presentments of grand jury, or such like papers? We have communication. I ask the reading clerk to please publish.
Message from the governor, Mr. President, members of the Senate. I'm transmitting here with the following appointments for confirmation. These appointments are made with advice and consent of the Senate and therefore submitted for your consideration. Statewide appointment. Reappointment to a member of the Donate Life of South Carolina. Reappointment of Mrs. Abby Mason of Mount Pleasant.
The appointment will be referred to the Medical Affairs Committee.
Message from the House, Mr. President, members of the Senate. House respectfully informs your honorable body that it has concurred in the amendments proposed by the Senate to the following bills. H. 4756, which is a bill amending the code to provide measures to promote and ensure privacy among sexes using certain restrooms and changing facilities in public schools and public institutions of higher learning. And H. 3557, this is a bill relating to qualifications to run as candidates in general elections, shows to shorten the candidate filing period, and has ordered the following bills enrolled for ratification.
These will be received as communication, as information. We have no further communications, therefore we're on introduction of new bills and resolutions. And I'd ask the reading clerk to please read.
Introduction of a bill by Senator Martin and amendment code relating to the appraisal of property and condemner's right to enter upon land for limited purposes so as to provide it's unlawful for any condemner to knowingly make certain false, fraudulent, or deceptive statements to a condemnee, and adds a further section to provide for certain notices before initiating an appraisal.
Senator from Spartanburg, Senator Martin, what purpose do you ask, sir?
To make some brief introductory remarks.
Recognize. Introductory remarks up to 3 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. President. Members of the Senate. This bill is part of the thing I've been working on with the Landowner Bill of Rights. We had an issue over in the Green Pond community in Woodruff, over near where the other senator from Spartanburg and I joined. And they came in and bought a piece of land to put a substation on. Well, the problem is not that somebody bought land to put a substation on, is sometimes they hide these things and don't give the true meaning behind it, and then they can come in later and use the power of condemnation, and nobody knew what was going on. Now, there's some other stuff that's going on now in our state. You have people coming in and they're building things and they could maybe use eminent domain. They come in and they tell the people, hey, we have a right to be on your property. And they really don't. There's a proper way for them to get on and do a survey, but they have to go through the process. So they're misleading our constituents when they come in and do this. So what this bill does is makes it very clear what is known now, so we don't have constituents getting in altercations when they're trying to defend their property rights, as they should. So that, Mr. President, I just wanted to let people know that we're continuing to work on this very important issue.
Thank you, Senator from Spartanburg. That bill will be referred to the Judiciary Committee. Senator from Spartanburg, Senator Martin.
Could I make a slight unanimous consent request?
State your request.
Could that bill be referred to the all-powerful Corrections and Penology Committee? And I'll object.
Heard. We'll refer it after it gets out of Judiciary. Senator from Georgetown, what purpose do you ask?
Unanimous consent request.
State your request, sir.
Unanimous consent that the Senator from Berkeley, Senator Grooms, myself, and Senator from Akron, Senator Young be allowed to vote from the balcony.
Is there objection to the unanimous consent request that the Senator from Berkeley, Senator Grooms, Senator from Georgetown, and Senator from Aiken be allowed to vote from the balcony? Hear no objection. So ordered. Reading clerk will continue to read.
Introduction of a bill by Senator Grooms that amends the code relating to definitions for the South Carolina Textile Communities Revitalization Act so as to specify qualifying requirements for certain rehabilitation expenses.
The bill will be referred to the Finance Committee. Senator from Greenville, Senator Turner, what purpose do you rise?
Personal point of interest.
You recognize for a point of interest. Senator from Greenville, Senator Turner, up to 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. President. Today it's my honor to be here talking about SC 250 and talking about the story for today. And when I was looking through Bennett's book, I noticed there was a little bit of time there, July 1981, where there were a lot of little battles. One around Orangeburg, never really made a big battle, but then there were a lot of skirmishes from Orangeburg down into Berkeley County. July of 1781, they talked about the British troops coming in and marching in that July heat. They started marching at night, and they ended up losing 50 people just from heat exhaustion. But marching in South Carolina in the heat of the night in probably sandy roads can probably do that to you. But thinking about that, and as they moved through that, excuse my voice, but as they moved through that, there was a soldier given a 48-hour furlough to go home to be with his family, who his wife was pregnant. While he was there, his name was George Walter Somers. He was born 1735 in Cheshire, England, and migrated to America in 1760. During the Revolutionary War, he enlisted with General Francis Marion. During the July of 1781, Francis Marion was operating in the low country of South Carolina, conducting guerrilla warfare against British forces. He was primarily active around the Santee River, Monk's Corner, and Orangeburg, culminating in a major engagement at Quimby Bridge and Shubrick's Plantation on July 17, 1781. In July 1781, while home on that two-day furlough leave of absence to see his family, George was killed by the British. Some local loyalists had turned him in, and they killed him there. They buried him right where the Tories killed him, as no coffins were available. A tree was cut down and hollowed out, and his body was placed inside for burial. At that time, his wife was pregnant with their son, George Michael Somers, Jr. That baby was born October 21st, 1781. That baby was my 3 times great-grandfather. So it is very interesting finding out your family history and finding out that they did contribute, but to think that you were 25 years old and jumped on a ship to come to a country to end up fighting for freedom, that's an amazing story to think about. So thank you.
Thank you, Senator from Greenville, Senator Turner. Senator from Spartanburg, Senator Martin, what purpose do you ask?
Unanimous consent request.
State your request.
To have the words from the senator from Greenville printed in our journal.
Is there objection to the unanimous consent request by the Senator from Spartanburg, Senator Martin, to have the Senator from Greenville, Senator Turner's remarks placed in the journal? Hearing no objection, so ordered. You wasn't objecting to that, right? Okay. Senator from Lawrence, what purpose do you ask?
Mr. President, I rise for the purpose of an introduction.
You're recognized for introduction. Senator from Lawrence.
Thank you, Mr. President. If you're here with the South Carolina Podiatric Medical Association, would you please stand? Okay, over here. Members of the Senate, today we have with us podiatric surgeons with the South Carolina Podiatric Medical Association. These physicians from all across the state are here today to promote Foot Wellness and Health Awareness Month here in April. If you would like to visit with them, they will be here with us, I believe, for maybe the duration of the afternoon, either here in the lobby or downstairs on the first floor, offering free examination. So thank you so much. As the Senate is currently considering a resolution, I'm a little slow having it introduced, but it will be adopted to recognize foot health awareness for the month of April. So for taking your time, visiting with us here in the General Assembly, making us more cognizant and aware of your field of practice. Bless you and thank you. Mr. President. Appreciate a welcome for the
We're
Doctors of
delighted to have
Podiatric
y'all
Medicine.
visiting with us today. Welcome to the Senate. Enjoy your time here.
Thank you.
Senator from Greenville, Senator Allen.
Mr. President, I would be remiss if I didn't stand up and see Doc up there to the right. Mathis, I see he's out of the Greer and Greenville area and used to have a pretty good golf game, but we want to welcome you down to the Senate. We'll go over and work on that hole-in-one.
Thank you. Thank you, Senator from Greenville. Senator from Lawrence.
Mr. President.